The House will come to order. Today, the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Representative Leader, House District 28.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Schiebel, please take the roll.
Representatives Amabile, Armagost, Bacon, Byrd, Bockenfeld, Basenecker, Bottoms, Bradfield, Bradley, Brown, Catlin, Doherty, Representative Doherty, DeGraff, Degree Kennedy, Dixon, Duran, English, Epps, Evans, Frizzell, Froelich, Garcia, Gonzalez Gutierrez, Hamrick, Hartsook, Herod, Holtorf, Judah, Joseph, Representative Joseph. I think she's back there.
Here.
Kip, Representative Kip.
Excused.
Leader, Lindsay, Lindstead, Luck, Lukens, Lynch, Mabry, Marshall, Martinez, Morrow,
Here.
McCormick, Representative McCormick, McLaughlin, Michelson Janae, Ortiz, Representative Ortiz,
Excused.
Parenti, Puglisi, Ricks, Sharbini, Sharbini's here, Sirota, Snyder, Representative Snyder, oh, there he is, Soper, Rep. Soper, Story, Taggart, Titone, Valdez A, Velasco, Vigil, Weinberg, Weissman, Wilford, Wilson, Winter, Woodrow, Young, and Madam Speaker.
Here. With 64 present, 1 excused, we do have a quorum and nearly a full House. Representative Leader.
So, fellow colleagues, this is how it will work today. If you approve the journal with limited debate, we won't have to stay late. I move that the journal of Saturday, April 15th, 2023 be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk.
Members, you have heard the motion that the journal be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted.
Thank you.
Late it is. Representative Velasco.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, I just want you to help me welcome a group of students from my district in Carbondale. They're in the environmental group from Colorado Rocky Mountain School. So please join me in giving them a warm welcome.
Thank you. Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Agriculture, Water, and Natural Resources will be meeting today at 1:30 and hearing 5 bills, Senate Bill 44, 204, 177, 59, and 5. See you then.
Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning, colleagues. It's my absolute privilege. I have two guests, one group and one individual. First and foremost, I'd like to recognize the Patriot grandmas who are up in the gallery today. And secondly, today, my good friend, colleague, close friend, can't begin to tell you how much I love this gentleman, the mayor of Parker, on the side.
Representative Michelson Janae.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, this afternoon at noon via Zoom, and that all rhymes, we have Colorado Cancer Caucus, and it's a presentation from Dr. Gray Joden from Rocky Mountain Oncology Society, a board member and specialist in oncology, hematology, and international medicine at Denver Health. If you're interested in joining the Cancer Caucus today, come see me for a link.
Representative Woodrow.
Thank you, colleagues. The House State Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs Committee will be meeting at 1:30 p.m. in LSBA to hear House Bills 1288, 1271, and 1278. And folks, it's April 17th, so please join me in wishing Ari Edison Woodrow a very happy 9th birthday. Love you, homie.
Happy birthday. Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members of House Appropriations and those who have bills to be heard, we will be meeting tomorrow morning at 7:30 a.m. in the Old State Library to consider the bills listed in your calendar.
Thank you. Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Transportation, Housing, and Local Government Committee will meet Tuesday at 1:30. We will not meet Wednesday. We will be hearing 4 bills on Tuesday.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just to let everyone know that I've been excused tomorrow from 9 to 12.
So approved. Representative Herod.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I want to acknowledge some guests that we have here on the floor. Today we are honoring 40 Gold Award Girl Scouts from across Colorado. The Gold Award is earned by high school girls who address issues they're passionate about by planning and implementing a Take Action project that includes lasting change in their communities and beyond. It represents the highest achievement in Girl Scouting. Gold Award Girl Scouts are recognized leaders in their communities as they partner with local leaders to solve problems in their communities and beyond. They discover the power of bringing together a team to effect measurable and lasting change. These Girl Scouts have set themselves apart from their peers through their perseverance and grit, and they build their resumes through the process. As they take action to transform the world, they gain tangible real-world skills and prove that they are leaders that campuses and communities need. The Girl Scouts Award winners take on a variety of issues. They use technology to develop innovative healthcare solutions and enhance public safety, boost dwindling bee populations, create curriculum that emphasizes the voices and perspectives of people of color, and so much more. And their work touches countless people in their communities and beyond. According to most research, the Gold Award Girl Scouts are more likely to fill leadership roles at work and in their personal lives and are more civically engaged than their non-Girl Scouting peers. These Girl Scouts are the leaders of tomorrow. Please join me in congratulating the 2003 class of Gold Award Girl Scouts.
Representative Tatone.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just wanted to say that my constituent, Julie Trujillo, she won the National Gold Award a couple years ago for the work that she did with a bill that I helped her run. So really appreciate the Gold Award winners this year.
Representative Herod.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I will say that I did ask the Girl Scouts who are here today who their representatives were, and not many knew. So if you have a moment to take the time to meet the Girl Scouts and introduce yourselves to them, they're from all across Colorado, and I think it'd be really interesting for them to understand who represents them so that maybe we can help them impact that change. So thanks so much.
Thank you. Members, we have a tribute.
Again, good morning, fellow colleagues. For those of you who don't know, I'm an avid World War II history buff. And within speaking of my own personal past to my senior legislative aide, it came to fruition that she herself is also very attached to the war in 1940s. So today I will be doing a Bataan Death March tribute in honor of my legislative aide and her family. And I appreciate your attention. Please be seated.
And Representative Weinberg, I will have Mr. Schiebel read it at length. Thank you.
The House of Representatives convened in the 74th General Assembly hereby recognizes the anniversary of the Bataan Death March. April 9th marks the 81st anniversary of the beginning of the Bataan Death March. Following the bombing of Pearl Harbor in December 1941, United States and Filipino forces joined together to protect the Philippines from invading armies. The president declared they would send no supplies, reinforcements, aircraft, or medicine. The Allies' heroic armed forces held off the invading Japanese army without support for 148 days in extreme conditions until ordered to surrender. The 75,000 Filipino and American troops then became captives. They marched 65 miles in the heat without food or water over multiple days to their prison camps, and it is estimated that over 17,000 men died as a result of the Bataan Death March. The Colorado House of Representatives pays tribute to the soldiers who bravely fought and sacrificed for 3 months to allow the Allied forces to prepare to fight the war from a position of strength. Although the battle and march at Bataan has faded into the background, today we honor and remember these valiant soldiers. On request of Representative Ron Weinberg, given the 17th day of April 2023, State Capitol, Denver.
Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is a privilege to serve with you.
And a privilege to serve with you.
How many people in this room have ever heard of the Bataan Death March? Most have not. 650 American heroes died as a result of this horrific event that took place in the Philippines at the start of the World War II. I am honored and proud today to present this tribute on behalf of the 75,000 American and Filipino troops who were forced to make the 65-mile march from the Bataan Peninsula to various prison camps at the hands of their Japanese captors. The day after the bombing of Pearl Harbor, the Japanese invasion of the Philippines began. For the next 3 months, the combined U.S. and Filipino army did their best to hold out, but they were fully without naval or air support. Finally, on April 9, 1942, with forces crippled by starvation and disease, U.S. Major General Edward King surrendered. The captured soldiers were rounded up by the Japanese soldiers and forced to endure the brutal 65-mile march. The Department of Veterans Affairs estimated that over 17,000 American and Filipino troops died as a result of this march. Those captured were declared to be captives and not prisoners of war. As such, what they endured was inhumane. The conditions of this march were designed to be as devastating as possible. The captives were forced to sit in the hot sun all day without food or water until 2 p.m., when they were then marched until sundown. The prisoners were subjected to random stabbings and beatings. The quick pace of the march was set every few hours by a fresh Japanese soldier. If any prisoner fell behind, he was executed on the spot, usually with a bayonet in front of the other prisoners. The mistreatment of POWs was an order from the War Ministry, which read in part, whether they are destroyed individually or in groups, and whether it is accomplished by means of mass bombing, poisonous smoke, poisons, drowning, or decapitation, dispose of them as the situation dictates. It is the aim not to allow the escape of a single one to annihilate them all and not to leave any traces. Upon conclusion of the march, the prisoners were sent by train to their prison camps. They were packed so tightly in rail cars that there was no room for the dead to fall. The conditions at labor camps were so inhumane that I will not speak of details here. How any man returned home with a shred of sanity is incomprehensible. Eventually, General Douglas MacArthur did recapture the Bataan Peninsula and liberate Manila. The commander of the Japanese invasion forces was appropriately convicted and executed for his war crimes by an American military tribunal. The legacy of these prisoners lives on. My senior legislator's aide, father, and uncle were prisoners on this death march. Her father, Raymond McCraner, survived to spend the next 3.5 years in labor camp in Osaka, Japan, where he felt grateful for his half a cup of rice and whatever bug he could catch. Her uncle, Edward Lenio, completed the march and then died immediately afterward from malaria in the presence of his best friend, Ray. The anniversary of this horrific Bataan Death March has passed, and I would ask that we not forget the sacrifice that American troops have made and continue to make for our freedoms. April 9th, each year, let us all remember those who endure and those who have perished as part of the Bataan Death March, and may we work together to ensure that such an atrocity will never happen again. God bless our armed forces. God bless the United States of America. God bless our military. Thank you for your time.
Representative Holtorf.
Well, doggone it, it's not broken. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for Representative Weinberg's passionate tribute. As we know, December 7th, 1941, the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor. That was the start of the Pacific Campaign in World War II. It was one of the bloodiest campaigns in American history. For those of you that study World War II history, there was no Geneva Convention. Nobody followed any rules as such. And for my district, many of my constituents still alive today, not very many now, but many of them, most of them, as I grew up in northeastern Colorado, served in the Pacific Theater, and we honored them. Memorial Day, Veterans Day, those things matter to America. It is part of our American history and our legacy. Do not think, for those of us that are veterans, that history cannot repeat itself. And it does every 80 to 100 years historically. The world is a violent and dangerous place. As we bicker over so many petty things in this building and in our country, never forget that one world war can change everything and take away everything if we don't win it. If we, the United States of America, doesn't continue to be the light for the world and to lead this world in a direction that takes us to a better place, other than Japanese imperialism or any other such form of government. Thank you.
Representative Winter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm speaking today, so my grandmother's brother would be my dad's uncle, my great uncle. He was part of this, and it affected my grandma her whole life. Up until the day she died at 96 years old, she talked about this. She said that she thought that she saw numerous news reports flash across the TV later on in documentaries. She even thinks that she saw her big brother. But I'd just like to share this. Captain Arthur E. Frey entered the U.S. Army from Colorado and was a member of the 57th Infantry Regiment. He was stationed in the Philippines during the Japanese invasion of the islands. Captain Frey was eventually taken as prisoner of the war and interned in the islands until December of 1944, which he was a survivor of the Death March. When he was transferred to the Orca Maru for transport to Japan, he was reportedly lost on December 15th. His story was, as serving in the camps, they were starting to send Americans to Japan to make ammunition in the war efforts. They put him on what they called HAL ships, and they weren't marked with red crosses. So as they left the bay, American ships sunk them because they thought they were transporting goods and other things. However, the reports often involve information solely furnished by enemy governments, with some casualties given multiple dates of death. Future research may determine these reports were inaccurate. Captain Ferre's remains could not be identified following the war, and he is still unaccounted for today. Captain Ferre is memorialized on the walls of the missing at the Manila American Cemetery in the Philippines. And thank you for listening. I had to do this for my grandma, and prayers with not only these soldiers, but every soldier that didn't come home. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to proceed out of order for third reading of bill's final passage.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order for the third reading of bill's final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1261.
House Bill 1261 by Representatives McLaughlin and Martinez, also Senators Pelton B. and Buckner, concerning removing the requirement for a student to register for the United States Selective Service System to enroll in a state-supported institution of higher education.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1261 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1261 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 55 aye, 10 no, and 0 excused, House Bill 1261 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Morrow, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1285.
House Bill 1285 by Representative Valdez, also Senator Priola, concerning the requirement that a store use fees collected from single-use bags to purchase certain items for the store.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1285 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1285 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 47 aye, 18 no, and 0 excused, House Bill 1285 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to lay over House Bill 1245 until Tuesday, April 18th.
House Bill 1245 will be laid over until Tuesday, April 18th. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1102.
House Bill 1102 by Representatives Evans and Byrd, also Senators Roberts and Hansen, concerning the high visibility alcohol and drug impaired driving enforcement program.
Madam Majority Leader,
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1102 on third reading, final passage.
the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1102 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 62 aye, 3 no, and 0 excused, House Bill 1102 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1266.
House Bill 1266 by Representatives Brown and Ricks, also Senators Hawkins, Lewis, and Buckner, concerning the suspension of a reverse mortgage from the repayment requirement when a force majeure renders the subject property uninhabitable as a principal residence.
Madam Majority Leader,
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1266 on third reading, final passage.
the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1266 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 46 aye, 19 no, and 0 excused, House Bill 1266 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 185.
Senate Bill 185 by Senators Marchman and Pelton R., also Representatives Lukens and Catlin, concerning the continuation of the Noxious Weed Advisory Committee and in connection therewith implementing the recommendation contained in the 2022 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies.
Madam Majority Leader,
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 185 on third reading, final passage.
the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 185 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Harridan Lynch. Please close the machine. With 65 ayes, 0 no, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 185 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 250.
Senate Bill 250 by Senators Mullica and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Byrd and Catlin, concerning a 2023-24 state fiscal year transfer from the Severance Tax Operational Fund to the Capital Construction Fund for use by state-supported institutions of higher education in energy-impacted counties and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader,
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 250 on third reading, final passage.
the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 250 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 61 aye, 4 no, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 250 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 155.
Senate Bill 155 by Senators Enzinger, also Representatives Wilford and Young, concerning the continuation of the regulation of nursing home administrators and in connection therewith, implementing the recommendations in the 2022 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 155 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 155 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Brown. Please close the machine. With 65 ayes, 0 no, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 155 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 156.
Senate Bill 156 by Senators Colker and Liston, also Representatives Snyder and Marshall, concerning the continuation of the issuance of certain tax information to a taxpayer by the Department of Revenue and in connection therewith, implement the recommendations contained in the 2022 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies for the issuance of private letter rulings and information letters by the Department of Revenue in making appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 156 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 156 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Sharbini. Please close the machine. With 65 ayes, 0 no, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 156 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 152.
Senate Bill 152 by Senators Roberts and Peltonar, also Representatives Holtorf and Young, concerning the continuation of the regulation of the custom processing of meat animals and in connection therewith, implement the recommendations in the 2022 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 152 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 152 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representatives Joseph, Luck, Ricks. Please close the machine. With 65 aye, 0 no, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 152 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 70.
Senate Bill 70 by Senators Kolker and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Young and Armagost, concerning mandatory annual training by Safe to Tell for school resource officer training.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 70 on third reading, final passage.
Mr. Shebel, please open the machine. The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 70. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representatives Brown, Catlin, Garcia, Mabry. Please close the machine. With 63 aye, 2 no, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 70 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 86.
Senate Bill 86 by Senator Hansen, also Representatives Hamrick and Soper, concerning student leaders, institute modernization, and in connection therewith making and reducing an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 86 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 86 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representatives Armagost, Catlin, Froelich, Hartsook, Winter. Please close the machine. With 56 aye, 9 no, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 86 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 143.
Senate Bill 143 by Senators Fenberg and Van Winkle, also Representatives Kipp and Soper, concerning the administration of the existing retail delivery fees collected by the Department of Revenue and in connection therewith making and reducing an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 143 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 143 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 62 aye, 3 no, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 143 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 20.
Senate Bill 20 by Senator Coleman, also Representatives Judah and Weinberg, concerning the timely issuance of a certified death certificate.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 20 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 20 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representatives Bockenfeld, Evans, Luck, and Lynch. Please close the machine. With 54 aye, 11 no, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 20 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1249.
House Bill 1249 by Representatives Armagost and Gonzalez Gutierrez, also Senators Simpson and Coleman, concerning measures to improve outcomes for young children by replacing justice involvement with community-based services and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Marshall. Oh, sorry, Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1249 on third reading, final passage.
Now Representative Marshall.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
Colleagues, I was an original co-sponsor on this bill. I strongly believe in what the sponsors are trying to accomplish, and I have deep respect for the representatives from Weld County and Denver, which is the reason I originally was a co-sponsor. However, after sitting through 8 hours of Judiciary Committee hearings, it's become my judgment that 10 and 11 was an appropriate age, but 12 with the huge spike that goes on and not carving out sexual assaults would be inappropriate because of the damage those do. And then the testimony that we had, again, the prosecutors are not throwing people in juvie for sexual assaults for snapping another girl's bra on the playground. These were very, very serious crimes. And to not have the hammer of the government in order to require the counseling and the like behind it, and just sending them into counseling which may or may not be taken. After hearing all the testimony for those 8 hours, without that adjustment, I'm willing, we all make decisions on any bill may be a little less or a little more than we want. The risk, I think, of including the 12-year-olds and not having the carve out is something I'm not willing to take. I'm still willing to support 10 and 11, but without that, I'm going to have to vote no. Thank you.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Majority Leader, my comments will be brief. We offered many amendments on this. I still have some serious concerns and reservations. I just want the chamber to know why I'll be voting no, because I still think there are some areas that the police and law enforcement need to have tools in their toolbox. on the most egregious issues. And I do also rise, as I did earlier with an amendment I brought forth, for the most vulnerable. I think the most vulnerable population still needs extra attention. For that, I'll be voting no.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Unfortunately, like the last representative, I actually have a lot to say about this bill. My people in Douglas County are very concerned about this bill. The sheriff's office, the school board. We heard time and time again that this is not affecting, these kids aren't doing these bad things, and it has to do with slaps on playgrounds. Well, I got 618 cases sent to me from Douglas County of 618 cases in unincorporated Douglas County, Castle Pines, and Larkspur for the last 3 years of 12 years and under assaults. So I can read them all. I'm happy to read them all. Menacing harassment, theft. We've got weapons, sex offenses, 6-year-old, 2 6-year-olds accused of sex offenses, one in F4. Sex offenses, F3. We've got sex offense. This is an 11-year-old, 9-year-old, 10-year-old, 9-year-old, 10-year-old, 6-year-old, 6-year-old. Motor vehicle theft, sex offenses, on and on and on it goes for 618 cases. These are under 12 and under years of age. 618 in the last 3 years, just in unincorporated Douglas County. That doesn't even include Aurora or Denver or places where crime is higher. This is in my county. These are not little offenses. These are F4s, F3s, some F5s. What? These people don't need a hug. They need to go to jail. You're going to make this less safe for my community, for my children to go to school. This is a big problem. The only exception is murder. We're going to let 10 to 12-year-olds go in with loaded guns, shoot up a school, and as long as they don't kill anyone, they're off the hook. What are we doing to our state? I'm telling 618 cases just in my county of Douglas County. It's a safe place to live. We call it a bubble. My sheriffs are devastated by this. They're reduced to filling out just a form. This is not the way to rehabilitate. This is the way to make children sitting ducks for the mistakes of other children. I come up here to say we should vote no on this bill. There's got to be another way. 618 cases tell me in Douglas County there's got to be a different way. I urge you to think about what you are going to be doing. 10 to 12-year-olds are going to become mules for drug traffickers. Do you think the gangs aren't saying, oh my God, yes, let's make it not a crime for 10 to 12-year-olds to carry fentanyl, heroin, or whatever else they need to do? They're coming after the 10 to 12-year-olds. They're smart. They're criminals. They're going to go after those kids to help traffic kids, to help carry drugs. We're leaving these kids as sitting ducks, and we should be ashamed of ourselves if we do that. 10 to 12-year-olds deserve to be protected. I've got case after case after case, you guys. We say that this is a slim chance. I'm telling you, there's 618 cases that tell me that it's not. And this is before this law goes through. So now 618 cases won't even be brought up to law enforcement. Is that safe for our children? Is that safe for our children here? Is that safe for the children in Colorado? Because I will tell you it's not. And I don't care when anyone gets up here and says, it's your vote. And when we see crime go out of astronomically for 10 to 12-year-olds that are doing things like this and getting a slap on the wrist, it's going to be on you guys that voted for this. This is not making anything safer. This is not rehabilitating anyone. These are violent offenders in my county that have F3 and F4 and F5 felony offenses that we're going to say it's okay, it's all right. And then the word's going to get out that that's okay and it's okay to commit crimes because you're just going to have to go through a CMP. I urge you to wake up, colleagues. I urge you to wake up and vote no on this. I think Colorado is watching your votes. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Once again, good intentions. Nobody wants to see 10 and 12-year-olds go to jail. but we're looking at turning them over to the same agencies that failed them in the first place, where they were under that tutelage and then they ended up becoming hardened criminals. We are going to give them the basis, you are voting for this, that's going to give them the basis to scoff at the law and to become hardened criminals. Sure, nobody wants them to go to jail or juvie, but at some point, an individual has to either control themselves or they'll be controlled. And the purpose of government, the just power of government, is to secure the life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness for the populace, for the people. And whether these kids are 10 to 12, and it really is, I mean, that is something that really needs to be looked at, is what is going on where 10 to 12-year-olds are becoming criminals, where one county has 618 cases. That's not something that is okay to leave on the street, and then also to encourage them to say, look, you can just scoff at the law enforcement. You can just scoff at all these things. You can do this. And then we're going to also take away the protections from your victim so you can continue to victimize that person. That is not securing life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That is not operating within the just powers of this body. The individual has a choice. This law, by limiting debate on this law, we left probably upwards of 80, I think the count was 80 amendments or so. Law enforcement was saying, hey, we've really got to fix this. This is going to create a lot of problems. Now, I understand that creating more problems is like job security for this body, but it is not the place to leave legislation incomplete. When law enforcement is saying we need these amendments, we have to have these amendments to keep people safe, that would seem that proper stakeholding was not done. Was the stakeholding done with all the victims of these crimes? How do they feel about it? Or was the stakeholding done with, that there are criminals of this degree at 10 to 12 years old is incredibly troubling. And that is something that we should probably be looking at getting to the bottom of. But brushing it aside to really encourage it to happen again is unconscionable. And I think these kids will be used, they will be targeted. They will be targeted for gang activity. Anybody that's given an exemption is going to be targeted by gangs. That's why little old ladies with walkers get targeted at the airport. And you think that's crazy. But if you don't, guess who's smuggling drugs in the walker? That's what happens. So stakeholding needs to be done with law enforcement. We should be looking at finishing this bill. There's a lot of good work has been done on it, a lot of good work, a lot of very good intentions. It's not without merit. But if it's going out from this body and law enforcement is saying, you are putting the citizens at risk, I don't know. I think we ought to probably listen to those experts that maybe we are putting those citizens at risk, because it does not take a whole lot of imagination to see why this bill would be putting citizens at risk. But we'll create a new community of drug mules. They can get a slap on the hand. They can get little kumbaya sessions, whatever. But there has to be, but you've taken away, this bill takes away the ability of law enforcement to remove a threat from society. Now, it's unfortunate that 10 to 12-year-olds are threats to society. That's a different problem. But now if you take law enforcement and say you cannot do your job and remove the threat to society, then we have a different problem. So I would urge a no vote, at least at this point. Let's figure out why law enforcement, let's not truncate the debate, let's not truncate the discussion when law enforcement is telling us that this is hampering the ability to keep the community safe. I mean, how many law enforcement agencies do you need saying this is hampering our ability to keep the community safe? Yes. Do we need to figure out what to do with the 10 to 12-year-olds? Yes, we do. But this is not it. So I urge a no vote on this bill.
Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, colleagues. I was just reminded of something as I was listening, and it actually was a fond memory despite a lot of the consternation. I was taken back to probably my first time thinking I might want to do anything in policy when I ran for student council treasurer in 4th grade. And here was my platform. I will put soda in the water fountains. I will have mandatory ice cream breaks. I will have mandatory field days once a month. And I will make sure, that everyone gets a Care Bear. Sorry, it was the 80s and 90s. But I share that with you all because I just wanted for a moment for us to remember who 10-year-olds are. 4th grade is 10 years old. 5th grade is 11. 12 is going into middle school. You might be on that cusp. And anyone who's had the privilege of teaching our babies in elementary school, you know, they say the darndest things. They get on your nerves, but you also every once in a while realize they're a kid. So my favorite was, "Miss Bacon, you're getting on my nerves." And I said, "Show me where that is." And then he stopped talking because he didn't know. And so I just want to, again, have us, if we could take a moment to remember what it felt like to be 10 or 11 and to remember what it looks like. Because oftentimes when we talk about crime, we tend to take our adult thought processes and apply them to children. And so for what it's worth, I also wanted to remind us what can and cannot happen. I can understand any consternation or even fear, but it is already illegal for anyone under 10 to be charged with crimes. And so if the data we heard is true, we should really be looking into that because that shouldn't be happening in the state, especially at 6 years old. And quite honestly, given what we just remembered about 4th graders, can we imagine what we should be thinking or doing as a 6-year-old in kindergarten? Because that's kindergarten. If, we've said it a few times, if 9 and 10-year-olds are being used for crimes, that is a crime. That is the facilitation of a minor. And quite frankly, where do children that young get weapons from? Those are the things that we're putting on the table. And while we are talking about law, we just have to remember that the laws that we have now, did not necessarily come out of the earth as a fact of science or something like water is wet or the sun will shine. They are man-made, which means they can be unmade or reshaped by people as well. We have that privilege as system builders, not just maintenance people here. We can dismantle the false equivalencies that accountability only equals jail. that crime only equals sociopathy. We have the ability, the know-how, the skills, and the services to create a definition that meets a new way of thinking, because quite honestly, if we hear that crime has done nothing but go up, and we have also simultaneously funded the pieces that are supposed to address it, then we can make a logical inference that it's not working, or doing the same thing expecting a different outcome is what? So that means we need to change what we are doing if you want to expect a different outcome. What is also true is that our children, and it doesn't matter, there are multiple proverbs across multiple cultures, our children reflect who we are as adults. And yes, this bill may require us to care about other people's children. And yes, this bill may require us to think about all children, whether they have been harmed or the one who's done the harm, or they're most likely the one who has been harmed to be able to have done that harm. And I hope as we talk about this, we think about who we are, what this reflection is of all of us, and if we are all willing to take the responsibility to shape different outcomes for all of our children here in Colorado. I do not have kids. I have had the privilege of teaching them. But I do care about kids in other counties from mine, and I'm asking that you care about mine as well. We can do that for each other, and we can do that through this policy. So I'd like to thank my colleagues for willing to do the hard work, willing into standing in a gap where people may lack the imagination to rebuild because the only tools that we have are built for the system that exists. Many of us know how to build things in this chamber. And I believe we also know how to build new systems and outcomes. And so I'm going to vote yes for this bill because I actually have faith in all of us. I have faith in this state. I have faith in the adults who help children. And I have faith that we can change outcomes. Because these things that we all say we want to see, we have to be willing to do the work and not just sit in a space of easy. Thank you.
Representative Epps.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to speak in support of 1249 and to speak in support of the advocates who have been doing the work to get us to this point, and in support of the children who are going to have the opportunity for better futures because of this bill. The representative from far, far, far northeast Denver used a few words that stood out to me. One was imagination. And I told this anecdote in House Judiciary Committee, but I'm going to share it again with this body and leave it with you all. A couple of summers ago, I was, long before ever considering aspiring to come to this body, I was in a meeting with some advocates, and we had a big board up where we were discussing our ideas for the coming session and writing out our big ideas, the things we wanted, because we're not just organizing to fight against things, but to fight for things. And one of the advocates, a lawyer who represents children, put out the idea of raising the age of prosecution, of interrupting juvenile prosecutions. And I'm often, if not always, the most liberatory person in the room, the most left person in a room to the extent that there's a political spectrum. And I laughed when they suggested raising the age of prosecutions. And she had to explain it to me again and again and again. I kept walking through scenarios saying, you mean to tell me if a 10-year-old does X, they wouldn't be able to be arrested? Yes. You mean to tell me if an 11-year-old is accused of, and we went around and around, and there's witnesses in the lobby who could confirm this for hours, with them explaining to me how this could possibly work. And it was such a reflection that even I, who managed to face this place every day with a commitment to more folks being healthy, safe, and free, was too limited in my imagination. Because we see our options too often as the things that we've always known to be our options. And it took someone else explaining to me how we could keep each other safe for me to be able to consider it. Madam Speaker, I forgot to push start on the timer. Can you tell me?
You have 7 minutes, 45 seconds.
Thank you. I heard a member say today that I don't care what anyone says, and the sentence that followed reflected something about needing to be able to arrest children. I don't care what anybody says. Well, I do. I care, and a lot of us in this room care about what the data says, care about what the experts tell us, care about what empirical evidence tells us. And there's an invitation, standing invitation, to be brave enough to look past those guttural, visceral, instinctual feelings, as I had to do a couple of years ago, and consider what can actually keep us safe. Y'all, fear-mongering is not working for Colorado. We are called to legislate and to serve and to make decisions based on facts, not fear. The fear that should drive us should be the fear of our babies continuing to go to cages. Speaking of babies, isn't it interesting when folks care about little black and brown babies and when they don't? There's a reference, I'll give you a second.
Members.
There's a reference to
Members.
caring about other folks' kids. And it's hard to hear this, but it's the reality. When we're looking at who are filling up our baby cages, in a world in which our DOC budget passes $1 billion for the first time in history, and we vote yes on approving beds that are empty now in the expectation that the beds will be needed in the future, where do those beds, how do they come to be filled? I want to speak briefly about victims because this came up as well in our hearing. Y'all, it has been my decades now of experience that victims, I know that the victims of offenses committed by children, we're not homogenous, we're not monolithic, and just to be clear, I've been used to being talked over by white men my whole life. We're okay.
Representative Epps. Members, we will stand in a brief recess. The House will come back to order. Members, we are on thirds. I will ask you to take your seats. Representative Epps.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When we had occasion to debate and consider House Bill 1249 in House Judiciary Committee, it was a long hearing, and a comment made by one of the witnesses toward the end of that hearing has stuck with me since, and I hope that I live my life in a way such that it sticks with me for the days I have remaining. She was talking about particularly that group of older folks in the 10 to 12 region, some 12-year-olds who had committed some very serious harm. And in the case of that child, she said, this is a child who made a decision to save their own life against a person who'd been abusive to them. She said that it happens that some of these children wind up being punished for surviving too loud. And it stayed with me, thinking about how we treat children who choose to survive and survive too loud. And so I'll leave you with this thought. I've heard it said today and in other times recently in this body, a reminder that Colorado is watching, that Colorado is watching us. I sure hope so. I hope so. I hope Colorado is watching, and I hope they watch as we thank the sponsors for bringing this brave, data-driven, compassionate, effective legislation. I hope Colorado is watching as we choose to make our decisions based on facts, not fear. I hope Colorado is watching really closely as we very quickly move ourselves into the top 2 or 3 states in terms of how we treat this policy. And I hope Colorado is watching as we finish this work, of this part of the work, and pass 1249.
Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. No one wants to put 10 to 12-year-olds in jail. And that is already a statutory requirement in Colorado in Title 19 that says that as much as possible, the system has to keep the best interests of the 10 to 12-year-olds in mind when they have contact with the criminal justice system. And I think the data bears that out. You've heard the list of terrible, tragic crimes that have occurred with that 10 to 12-year-old demographic being the one that commits those crimes. Approximately 2,500 in the last 10 years. And the data shows that even for those significant crimes, only a very, very small percentage of them actually are detained long-term, 4 in the last decade. Those detained short-term, in the last year, FY 21-22, there were only 63. And so it's incredibly important that we have balance. It's incredibly important that we have as many options as possible when we are dealing with the 10 to 12-year-old demographic. And as we heard repeatedly from stakeholders in committee and in conversations about this bill, if the collaborative management programs that are promulgated by this bill were in addition to existing tools, pretty much everybody would line up behind it in strong support. I would line up behind it in strong support. But the problem is, this policy actually takes away options for providers and the public safety system when dealing with that 10 to 12-year-old demographic. And that's why I can't support this legislation, because I don't see that it provides an appropriate safety net if the collaborative management program fails. And so in order to ensure that we have the appropriate balance between protecting our communities and also rehabilitating 10 to 12-year-olds, I think that more options is better. And because more options, not less, is better, and because this bill takes away options, I cannot support this, and I urge a no vote on House Bill 1249. Thank you.
Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I want to thank the body for the opportunity to have this conversation about House Bill 1249, about this policy, not just once, but many times. because we know that these laws came from somewhere to begin with. This isn't the first time that I'm sure this body has had any conversation about the age of delinquency, about the age in which we prosecute, arrest, detain kids. I'm going to just briefly go over what this bill does. House Bill 1249 not only ends the prosecution and detention of kids ages 10 through 12, with the exception of homicide, it expands the list of referring entities that can refer a child, family, and victim to the CMP, the Collaborative Management Program for Services. They are the bridge, the connection to services, just as probation or diversion are the bridge to and connection to services. They do not provide the services. I want to be very clear about that. It improves coordination of services for victims by allowing the Collaborative Management Program to refer victims also directly to services and resources. It creates a referral process for kids to be referred to the Collaborative Management Program, and it allows law enforcement to take control of situations to maintain the safety of a child and others. We heard a lot of talk around numbers. Members, I want to keep one thing in mind. There's a tricky thing about a lot of these offenses. A lot of them are very broad and lumped together. We're talking about arrests, not adjudications. Because many members of this body may not work in the juvenile system, they don't understand that kids are not convicted of crimes. They are adjudicated under the juvenile delinquency statute. I've also heard a call for wanting to have conversations with stakeholders and listen to some of their requests. I have the receipts, members, and I can't display it because that's using a prop, but I have them if anybody would like to see them. Please come by my desk. We had well over 100 stakeholder meetings. 100 stakeholder meetings. Majority of those occurred before introduction of this bill. Included folks from public safety, the district attorney's office, education, human services, local government, amongst many others, with well over at least 22 of those being directly with those that represent law enforcement. So I want to be very clear. We had the conversation. And if we had been given or had come to the table to have a real conversation about maybe what could be possible, what are some amendments, what are some things that they would be amenable to, we were not met with that. And I'm standing here before you today to say that we are still here for it. Even though we have not been met with wanting to come and come with actual substantive types of changes, we are still here for that conversation and will not stop as this bill moves through the process. Crimes amongst 10 to 12-year-olds has actually been on the decline. I want to talk to you a little bit about a story, and we heard this in testimony the year before, and we talked about it again this year. I want to tell you about a young man who had submitted written testimony. His name is Terrence, and we do have permission to talk about him. His walk to school on Colfax Avenue was unsafe. He described seeing people doing drugs and people trying to sell him drugs. He carried a knife with him. Unfortunately, he got caught during field day with his knife after it fell out of his pocket. He was arrested, charged, detained, and his life was changed forever. Here are his words. I spent 6 months locked up at the age of 10. 10. Those 6 months were dark. I was always in my own corner, and I didn't want to talk to anyone after. 6 months for a knife. After only a week inside, a huge fight broke out. I was in shock. My fight or flight instinct immediately kicked in. After that fight, everything changed. I was exposed to a whole new life and a way of being. At such a young age, I was being taught a different way to understand the world around me. Inside, someone explained to me what an 8-ball was. And it's not the 8-ball on a pool table, members. We're talking about drugs. I had no idea what that was before being locked up. When I finally got out, I was a different person. I saw the world through the eyes of those guys inside. I was a different person. I got out and immediately bought an 8-ball just to see if I could flip it. I wish I had never been sent to jail. I became a different person. It was my last day of school. I should have been sent home. It was field day. I should have been seen as a young kid who needed help. I should have been able to go back to my mom. Members, I also ask that you consider this. 9 and 10-year-olds are in the same classroom. Why is it developmentally okay to prosecute one of those kids who may be 10 for any of the crimes that were discussed and not the 9-year-old? They are fundamentally and developmentally the same. We cannot forget why this bill is even needed. We see repeated and unnecessary involvement with the justice system that is causing our young kids more harm than not. I'm going to leave with the final thing here, Madam Speaker. How much time do I have?
3 minutes.
Thank you. I said this during debate, and I've talked to many colleagues of mine across the state that have worked as social caseworkers, who have worked in youth services, who have worked in collaborative management program. And they hear these same words come from our parents' mouths. When we have a family come before us that we're facilitating a multidisciplinary type staffing for, where we have professionals at the table, we have the families there, we have the kids there, and that kid is 15 or 16 years old, and they've at that point racked up maybe 2 or 3 juvenile delinquency charges, their parents say, thank you. Thank you for having this meeting. Thank you for coming up with a plan for my child to access services. Because I tried to get them help. I tried to get them help when they were 9 or 10 years old. And when I called social services, when I talked to the schools, they told me that my kid had to get into trouble in order to get services. I go back to that over and over again. Because when we talk about prevention, when we talk about preventing more crime, preventing more victims, this is it. This is how we do it. This is how we curb that. We get kids and families, no matter on what end they are on, whether they are the offender or the victim, they all deserve equal amount of attention and equal amount of help so that we don't keep creating this cycle. With that, members, I do ask for your support of House Bill 1249 and appreciate your attention.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Per House Rule 16, I move the following motion. Shall the main question be now put?
For your information, an affirmative vote on this motion ends any further debate on the issue before the House. We will vote on this motion, and if the vote is a majority yes, then we will immediately vote on the underlying issue before us. The question before the House is, shall the main question be now put? Mr. Schiebel. Time zone. Please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 45 aye, 20 no, and 0 excused, the motion is adopted. The question before us is the passage of House Bill 1249 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 40 aye, 25 no, and 0 excused, House Bill 1249 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Marshall,
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
and an honor to serve with you.
I move to remove my name as a co-sponsor from this bill, please. I move to remove my name from House Bill 23, TAC 1249.
Your name will be removed. Please close the machine. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to lay over Senate Bill 180 and Senate Bill 183 until tomorrow, Tuesday, April 17th.
18th.
18th.
Senate Bills 180 and 183 will be laid over until Tuesday, April 18th. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move the following bills be added to the special orders calendar at 12:01 p.m. Senate Bill 69, Senate Bill 4, House Bill 1162, House Bill 1218, House Bill 1209, House Bill 1136, and House Bill 1215.
The bills listed by the Majority Leader will be added to the special orders calendar at 12:01 p.m. Representative Michelson-Janay. Members, you've heard the motion. Seeing no objection, the House will now resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders. Representative Michelson-Janay will take the chair.
The committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for reading a bill at length. Committee reports are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen and on your iPads. Bills will be laid over upon motion of the Majority Leader, and the coat rule is relaxed. Madam Majority Leader. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Chair, I move to lay over Senate Bill 60 until Tuesday, April 18th.
Senate Bill 60 will be laid over until Tuesday, April 18th. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 69.
Senate Bill 69 by Senators Henriksen and Will, also Representative McLaughlin, concerning the requirements to operate a motorboat in this state.
Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I move House Bill...
Senate Bill?
Senate Bill, sorry, 69 to the second reading, please.
Properly moved to the bill.
Yes, this bill really just helps motorboat safety. So, and I want to tell you, the Transportation Committee, this was their first bill about boats this time, so I want to make sure that you all know that we are breaking records over there in the Transportation Committee. Right now, boaters 16 and over are allowed to operate with no testing and no schooling about how to run the motorboat. And this changes it from 14 to 18 so that the kids out there are already on the motorboats, and this just makes everybody a little safer.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 69? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 69. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 69 is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 4.
Senate Bill 4 by Senators Marchman and Jaquez Lewis, also Representatives Michelson, Janae, and Young, concerning employment of certain school-based therapists.
Representative Young.
It is an honor to serve with you,
It's an honor to serve
Representative.
with you, too.
I move Senate Bill 23004, employment of certain school-based therapists, and the Public and Behavioral Health and Human Services Committee report.
To the committee report. Oh, it's actually the education report.
Education, I keep trying to change the committees I'm in. Education report. This amendment we did amend Senate Bill 23004. We had an amendment which clarifies the relationship of the special service providers, SSPs, and the school-based therapists. We also added language that schools should ensure that school-based therapists have background and experience in working with children and adolescents. And the amendment also stated that DORA-licensed school-based therapists will supplement and not supplant SSPs in schools. I urge and I vote on the committee report.
All right, is there any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Education Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
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 Anyone opposed, no. All right, the ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. Representative Michelson, Janae, to the bill.
Thank you, members. This is an important bill to increase the number of mental health service providers available to our students in schools. We know that students are 6 times more likely to participate in a therapeutic intervention or interaction if it happens at school. And this bill will expand how many people can be serving our children. I'll let my co-prime sponsor give you more details.
Representative Young.
Under current law, those who provide mental health support in schools must have a special services license with CDE and are, as I said before, referred to as a special service provider, SSP. This requirement prevents schools from hiring non-CDE licensed school-based mental health interventionists who are otherwise capable of supporting students. Many districts have MOUs, memorandums of understanding, with outside agencies such as mental health centers to provide these therapists, but they aren't available in every school base, in every area. School-based therapists in Colorado are licensed by DORA. But the process of becoming an SSP can be difficult because SSP positions require training in areas not required for DORA licensed therapists. So what this bill does is it allows districts to hire these school-based therapists. In the case where there's memorandums of understanding, those individuals are hired by outside agencies. But this will allow school districts to do that, increasing the availability of mental health professionals in schools. I urge and I vote.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 4? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 4 as amended. No, not as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? No. All right, the ayes have it. Senate Bill 4 is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1162.
House Bill 1162 by Representative Woodrow, also Senator Rodriguez, concerning the regulation of consumer legal funding transactions.
Representative Woodrow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 231162, the Business Affairs and Labor Report, and the Finance Committee report.
To the Finance Committee report.
Good afternoon, colleagues. This bill has been thoroughly stake-held through a meticulous and exacting process. The Attorney General's office had several asks, and we've done our best to accommodate them. We do have one more amendment. So with that, I move L006 to the Finance Committee report and ask that it be displayed.
That is a proper motion. The amendment has been moved. And is properly displayed. To the amendment, Representative Woodrow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, folks, this amendment comes from the Attorney General's office and gets the terminology correct for the types of products that we're trying to regulate through 1162. It also, and I'm very proud of this, corrects the spelling of the word judgment, which would make my legal writing professor, Doug Godfrey, very happy. There is no E after the G in judgment, yet I catch it all the time. I ask for an aye vote on 1162.
Further conversation. Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And while I appreciate the bill sponsor's willingness to fix grammatical mistakes, I will note that in other countries, which we should also honor, E's are included in judgment. Thank you.
Representative Woodrow.
That is true, but God bless America, there's no E in judgment on this side of the Atlantic. I ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion on the Finance Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Finance Committee, of the amendment to the Finance Committee report, Amendment L006. I'm going to repeat the question. The question before us is the adoption of Amendment L006. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. L006 is adopted. To the committee report, Representative Woodrow.
We had a strike below in the Finance Committee. This amendment that we just passed firms up our stakeholding with the Attorney General's office. I ask for an aye vote on the Finance Committee report.
Is there any further discussion on the Finance Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Finance Committee report is adopted. To the Business Affairs and Labor report, Representative Woodrow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We had some amendments in the Business Affairs and Labor Committee that were rendered obsolete by the strike below that we did in the Finance Committee. I ask for an aye vote on the Business Affairs and Labor Committee report.
Is there any further discussion on the Business Affairs and Labor report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Business Affairs and Labor report. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Business Affairs and Labor report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Woodrow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, members, often the only thing that stands between an injured party and justice is the inability of the injured plaintiff to afford the lawsuit. Even when the legal fees are to be paid on contingency, many folks live paycheck to paycheck and are under a tremendous financial pressure to settle on the cheap. It is for this reason that one tried and true defense strategy is to see that the case isn't rushed along, but rather that it drags out. House Bill 1162 allows for a new type of product that permits litigants to borrow against the value of their future settlement or judgment. A legal claim is an asset, and 1162 allows consumers to reasonably leverage a percentage of the value of that asset subject to reasonable safeguards. For example, the plaintiff's lawyer must sign off on the loan terms. Second, the product is non-recourse. If there's no settlement or judgment, the lender gets zeroed out. We have heard from stakeholders about interest rate and fee concerns, and after extensive discussions with those parties and with the Attorney General's office, we have the administrator of the Colorado Consumer Credit Code overseeing this now. We've done a lot of work to get this in a good place, to make this product available in Colorado and viable for everyone on all sides. I urge and I vote.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1162 as amended? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1162 as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. 1162 is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1218.
House Bill 1218 by Representatives Brown and Tone, also Senator Hawkins Lewis, concerning requiring that a healthcare facility inform patients as part of the informed consent process of services that the healthcare facility refuses to provide to patients when the refusal is for non-medical reasons.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1218, the Appropriations Committee report, and the Health and Insurance report.
To the Appropriations report. Representative Tatone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, appropriations gave us some money to make the bill do what it's supposed to do. I ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriation Committee report is adopted. To the Health and Insurance report, Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We, in Health and Insurance, we adopted several amendments that help to clarify the type of care that we're talking about in this bill. We also did some work to make it clear what we were expecting CDPHE to do, which helped to minimize the fiscal note, and we ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the Health and Insurance report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Health and Insurance report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Health and Insurance report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Tatone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So House Bill 1218 is called the Patient's Right to Know. So if you are looking to get some services at a hospital and you don't realize that that hospital may be a religious-based hospital that may not provide some services to you, and I'll give you an example. If you're going in for a pregnancy and this is a Catholic-based hospital and you want to have a tubal ligation done after your C-section perhaps, and if you don't know that that's not available, you may go and have this all scheduled and realize that you can't do it there. Then you have to go back and have another procedure done someplace else. All this bill does is requires the hospital to tell you the certain things that you can't get at that place. That's all this does. It's about the patient having the right to know what they cannot get at that place. And we're not preventing anybody from not providing these services, just giving the information out so they know what's available, what's not.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, everyone should be able to receive the care that they need, and patients have the right to know where they can get basic healthcare services. But we know that many people are struggling to access care based on the types of services that they need. There are a variety of reasons why a hospital might decide not to provide particular basic healthcare services. And this is particularly true of reproductive health care, as my co-sponsor mentioned, or gender-affirming care. But patients also deserve the right to know where they can receive these services. And hospitals need to be upfront with the types of services that they do and don't provide. That's what this bill is about. It's about providing the transparency that every patient deserves so they can get the health care that they need when they need it. So we'd ask for an aye vote on this bill.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1218? Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Pertaining to part of the discussions that just took place, I move Amendment L010 and request it be properly displayed.
That's a proper motion. Amendment L010 has been properly moved. Thank you. And is displayed. Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as you'll notice, we just specifically put in there, it's on page 6, that we were inserting after the groups, the religious hospitals. There are facilities that, for religious reasons, don't believe in certain things. They should not be punished or singled out for doing so. It's their right. We request an aye vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L010? Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment, as I understand it, would require that the department consult with stakeholders, including the statewide Association of Hospital patient advocacy groups and groups including religious hospitals. I think this bill, or this amendment is redundant because the statewide Association of Hospital already includes religious hospitals, and so this is not necessary, so I'd ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L10? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L10. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. L10 is lost. To the bill, is there any further discussion? Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, back to that specific section. We move that Amendment L009 and request to be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion. Thank you. L009 has been moved and is properly displayed. To the amendment, Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, it states, says in consultation with stakeholders, including statewide hospital association, patient advocacy groups, and groups representing populations that are frequently subject to denial of care. It's a hospital. Where's the physicians involved? We're requesting that it be specified that the physicians be included. Recommend an aye vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L9? Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm always happy to work with my colleagues from the other side of the aisle. In consultation with my, my co-sponsor, we would ask for an aye vote on this particular amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L9. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. L9 is adopted. To the bill, is there any further discussion? Representative Armagast.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L6 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion. Amendment L6 has been moved. Thank you. And is properly displayed. To the amendment, Representative Armagast.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As the amendment says, on printed bill, page 3, after line 24, insert hospitals retain the right to not provide certain services and are free from adverse action if they do not provide certain services.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L6? Representative Titone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I mean, I don't think this fits under the title of the bill. I'd ask for a title ruling on this amendment.
Okay, a title ruling has been requested. We'll be in a brief recess. Yeah, the chair rules, we are back. Go ahead. The committee will come back to order. The chair has ruled that the amendment does not fit under the title. To the bill, Representative Armagast.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L7 and ask that it be properly displayed.
L7 has been properly moved.
Oh.
And is displayed. Yes, it is displayed. To the amendment, Representative Armagast.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is on page 4, line 11. After consent, inserting end. And page 4 strike lines 12 through 19, and then re-letter paragraph accordingly. I encourage an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L7? Seeing none, the question, Representative Brown.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate this. I'm going to ask for a no vote on this amendment. This is important language within the legislative declaration that talks about some of the detrimental health effects that the refusal of care can have, and so I'd ask for a no vote.
The question, Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make sure that we understand L007. There is a body in the middle that's very important. It's not just the lines 11 on page 4. So I do want to highlight this so everybody understands. In the First Amendment, line 11, talks about of informed consent. And then this says after consent end, which is more technical. But then we get to line 12 and 19 on page 4. Okay, which strikes 12 through 19. So that means this is going to go right to 20 and take out 12 through 19. So I just want to make sure we understand what that is. H, refusal to provide health care services for non-medical reasons. Okay, seems reasonable. Following that, have long-term negative consequences resulting in injury, disability, or death. I think all medical practitioners would want to make sure that didn't happen. Additionally, cause trauma to patients. That's part of the Hippocratic Oath, I believe. You don't want to do those things. Impact quality of life also would be eliminated under this amendment. You certainly don't want to have, Madam Chair, a negative impact of quality of life. And there's one more, which is Roman numeral 4, result in greater health care expenses for patients and payers. Madam Chair, that is an issue. As more care, more treatments, more medical services are provided, the cost of care is going to go up for the patients and the payers. In this case, due to previous legislation, the payers, now the insurance companies, have to bear 100% of the burden with no copay, with no cost share, with no deductible. So it's perfectly reasonable to have that stricken. And then, of course, the other administrative issue for that is to re-letter all the subsequent pages. So there's a lot to this amendment. It's an important amendment. It talks about some very important things, and I think those things that are mentioned actually fall under the Hippocratic Oath and should be removed from this bill. So I will ask for a yes vote on this amendment because it does have great value to making this bill go to a better place.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L7? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L7. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The noes have it. L7 is lost. To the bill, Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move L008 and also to be displayed.
That is a proper motion. L008, thank you, has been properly moved and is displayed. To the amendment, Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, just a simple amendment, page 6, line 12, just to insert non-medical reasons, including the religious beliefs of faith-based hospitals.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L8? Representative Tatone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I mean, we're talking about non-medical reasons. We're not talking about beliefs, and I don't think beliefs should be part of a definition of a non-medical reason. This is about science and facts, not about beliefs. I ask for a no vote.
Representative Holtorf.
Madam Chair, there are many hospitals in the state that were founded by, supported by, have their origins from faith-based institutions. St. Elizabeth's, St. Joseph's are some example. St. John's. These are all hospitals. Their origins come from the faith-based institutions called churches. And they do have, many of them do have, and still adhere to their faith-based treaties. Some of these, if you're a Catholic, and this is a Catholic hospital, or was a Catholic hospital, charity hospital that changed its status over time, they do adhere to their faith. And they should not be forced. They should not be forced by the heavy hand of government, if it is in their faith tradition, to do things that are not part of their belief system. If it's not in their charter, if it's not part of their foundational structure and their beliefs. Now, we can write off religion, I guess. Madam Chair, we can, and not include amendments like this. But in this case, if you look at page 6, line 12, and I will, it says here, and I'll back up, I'll start with 7. Well, non-medical reasons means non-clinical criteria, rules or policies, whether written or unwritten, that restrict healthcare professionals at a covered entity from providing types of care that a healthcare professional is authorized and allowed to provide, and that the covered entity is licensed to provide. Okay, that has no reference to religion. Religious beliefs, religious tenets, or treaties from religion. But there are some hospitals that still hold to these beliefs. With this amendment now, it's very clear. These non-medical reasons, including the religious beliefs of faith-based hospitals, would be considered in their case. Would it be all the hospitals? No, it wouldn't, to the bill sponsors. But it may be certain hospitals. And shouldn't we respect religion? Shouldn't we respect one's faith? Shouldn't we respect those tenets in our society as we promulgate state laws? Well, Madam Chair, my answer is yes, we should. And this is not an onerous amendment. And it respects those religions and those religious entities, faith-based hospitals in this case, that don't want to do those things that are not part of their religious foundation and their tenets and their creed and their culture, their religious culture. Doesn't mean you can't go somewhere else and do this. There'll be many opportunities in the state of Colorado. But it's just asking that these people, very much, Madam Chair, like the religious exemption for COVID-19, same consideration. It should be offered in the same way, liberally and at the request based on the religion of that individual. In this case, the religious foundations of these hospitals. It should be offered. And to just refute it like that is troubling. And that's why I want to support this amendment. I want to support religious faith-based institutions. I want to support religious faith-based hospitals for their rights to practice or not practice certain medical procedures. I stand here, Colorado, for you. I speak up for you, for what you believe in. And I want everybody to know that in this chamber and outside the Gold Dome. Thank you.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the statement made is that we're not making decisions, we're not making faith-based decisions. These are non-medical procedures or non-medical issues or whatever. The fact that we spent hours debating abortion earlier shows us that we all have a belief system in here. Some people believe abortion is okay, some people believe abortion is not okay. Almost every person that believes abortion is not okay is doing that by faith-based. They're not doing that because they're trying to argue this out medically first. Then the conversation goes into the fact that this is a medical decision, that this is taking a life of a baby, and some people say that's okay. So this is a faith-based concept that we are addressing. And very timely, just this morning, a district judge ruled that this amendment should be there. The district judge ruled that the signing of these abortion bills by our governor should not be forced upon Catholic-based groups. Well, that includes hospitals, Catholic-based hospitals. This amendment is exactly what the judge ruled this morning against the governor signing the bills. So that somehow this is not a medical decision or not a correct decision, that to make a faith-based decision is somehow not within the context of this. Well, a judge just disagreed with that this morning, and this amendment is directly from that. So I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L8? Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, we'll urge a no vote on this amendment. This bill treats all hospitals the same, and the non-medical reasons for denying particular types of care the same. Adding this is unnecessary. We ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion? Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with my colleague and I disagree with my other colleague. For non-medical reasons, we talked about science. This is about science. This is about conscience. So it's pretty clear that the purpose of this bill is that it targets hospitals that do not adhere to the optional genital mutilation of minors or the mechanical dismemberment of unborn persons. This is a very targeted bill. There is absolutely no reason for this prepositional phrase in here because and it would make more sense to be stricken. So for non-medical reasons, what would those non-medical reasons be? Well, those non-medical reasons would be what? It's the conscience of the individuals. They have a reason for not providing that service. This is a very targeted bill. This is very targeted against religious hospitals. The sponsors are making that quite clear. And so if it's not, I would say that this entire bill is against hospitals that are operating with some level of conscience. So, and that would be the non-medical reasons that they're rejecting this. So it is entirely disingenuous. So I stand in support of this amendment because we need to, our religious hospitals are some of the main providers in this state, and we need to actually provide them some protection instead of this continual assault on our religious hospitals. Thank you.
Representative Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also stand in support of this amendment. We're always talking about choice. Well, this is a choice. It's hard for me to stand up here and watch us use the big stick of government on the beliefs of others. We've heard that numerous times as we've discussed these bills. Choice, choice, choice. Well, why should their choice be taken away? Why should their beliefs be stepped on? We also heard during numerous times during debate that people are coming here for certain services, and this is the island for people to come to. Well, the market will correct this, because that the hospitals, based upon their charter and their faith-based beliefs, if they're not willing or not wanting to do those services because of that, the market's going to correct that, and people are going to go to the places that do. So if we know that that's going to happen, why should we use the big stick of government to put people in line that don't have the same beliefs? And the issue that I have is back and forth. We'll talk about it. We use it when we need to. We're against it when we don't need to be. And at this point, once again, I rise in support of this amendment so these faith-based groups and faith-based hospitals, based upon their charter, are allowed to follow their mission statements and not be driven with the big stick of government. Thank you.
Further discussion on Amendment L8. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L8. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. L8 is lost. To the bill, Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Simple amendment. Just move from safety to petition. I ask for bill sponsors' support on this one, and I vote.
You didn't move the amendment.
That's why you're chair and I'm down here.
That's exactly correct.
I move L013 and ask that it be displayed, please.
That is a proper motion, Representative Weinberg. Well done. Thank you. L013 has been moved and is displayed. Is there any further discussion on Amendment L13? Seeing none, Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the partnership by my colleague from Loveland, and we'd ask for an aye vote on this.
The question before us is the adoption of Amendment L13. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment L13 is adopted. To the bill, Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So again, I'm seeing because of some of these amendments that are coming through and they're being denied, it is becoming more clear. I was kind of processing this already, but it's becoming more clear to me that this bill really is targeting. It's very limited in scope, and it does appear to be targeting religious hospitals. That, as I believe my country representative from the Plains mentioned earlier, that these hospitals were started because of faith. They didn't just arrive. That they were started because of faith. They were started because of a belief in this and making sure that people had healthy, adequate health care. And this was started with a belief in certain things. And the foundation of that is a belief in God. And these hospitals, you can walk in them, they'll have it written in the lobby, in the open foyer area of the hospital, all over the place. And it will say why they exist, and it will start with something akin to that this hospital is started upon a directive by God to them. Whether you believe that or not is not what I'm addressing. It's the fact that the hospitals believe this, and that they are dedicating this to God, and that they are trying to make sure that that this hospital stays in line with that belief system. The hospital that is close to my house in my district, in District 15, is St. Francis, and they have this stuff all over the place. They have it in the elevators, they have it in the hallways, that this is a religious-based hospital, and that they have religious-based ideas and reasons for them being started. And now this bill says we don't care. It does not matter to us. We will override that, and we will make you do things that go against the very beginnings, your charter, your actual existence. We're going to make sure that you have to go by what this body says, which is in direct conflict to them. The whole reason the hospital is there, the reason that people gave money to build the hospital, all these different elements of this, we're basically now saying this hospital no longer has the right or the ability to stand on why they exist. That is discriminatory. That is targeting these specific hospitals, while the other ones are okay with it. If you want to make rules about the hospitals that don't have the religious underpinnings and don't believe that some of these practices and procedures are okay, well then that's fine. You can build whatever legislation you want for them. But when you point that legislation, the legislation is obviously not pointed toward hospitals that already provide the two basic things that the sponsor said earlier, which is abortions and transgender issues. Well, if a hospital is okay with that, then that means this legislation is not targeted toward them. If they're already okay with that and people are coming into these hospitals to have these procedures, then that's already in place. The only reason this bill would exist is because we're now targeting the groups, the hospital groups that do not do this, and almost every single one of them, I would assume it's everyone, but almost every single one of them, it's because of faith-based mentalities. It's because of religious mentalities. It's because of, going back to what I said earlier, it's because of their charter. They exist for these purposes, and we're saying we don't care. You don't get to make your own decisions. You don't get free choice. You don't get to make your decisions about your hospital. We're going to make those decisions for you and create a paradigm that makes it impossible for you to be consistent with why you exist, what your charter is, the beginnings of this, and how they carry out medical care on a regular basis. So obviously this bill has a well, I was about to say it has a targeting element to it. The more I'm listening to all the testimony, it's not a targeting element. That's what the bill was created, was to target. So with that, I would like to move Amendment L012 and have it properly displayed.
That is a proper motion.
So because this
Just
is
a
bill...
minute, please. It's not displayed.
Sorry?
The amendment is now properly displayed. Representative Bottoms.
Because this bill is an obvious target of two basic things, and this was mentioned by my sponsor, I'm not saying this, the sponsor. This bill is making sure that hospitals that do not perform abortions and do not do any type of transgender issues, this is the reason for the bill. This is the target of the bill. And so I would like to move this amendment that changes the title of this to the Discriminating Against Religious Hospitals Act. And I ask for an aye vote on Amendment 012.
Representative Tatone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Every hospital has to obey this law. It's not singling out any specific hospital. That's not what we're doing here. The hospitals that tend to deny services happen to be those religious hospitals. That's just because that's what they do. And we're not denying anybody from doing the things that they do at that hospital. Anything that's legal for them to provide or not provide, they can still do. This is about information. This is about information to people so they know what they can expect and what they cannot expect, especially if you're in a rural place and you have one hospital that's 100 miles from you and you're expecting to get health care there and you can't get it at that place. Shouldn't you be able to know what you can and can't get? This is ridiculous. This is not unnecessary to change this because we're not discriminating against this. Centura Health is not against the bill. They're neutral. They're the ones that are going to be the ones that are going to be abiding by this. I ask for a no vote.
Further discussion on Amendment L12. Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you, sir.
Members, I rise in support of this. We're in a day and age where we really can't just start forcing people to do things the way that their religion won't allow it. It does feel like it's discriminating against people that are trying their best to live their religions. I think that's something that we should be encouraging rather than stopping. Some people go to their faith first, which is a good thing. But there are also people that come to their faith at the very end, when they need the most help. That's when they turn and look and ask for help. So to say that you have to do these things seems to me that where the government is stepping in between them and their faith. And that's something that I don't think we should be doing. So I'm in favor of this amendment.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was waiting until the end of the amendments. We had 3 different amendments that had to do with religious ideology, philosophy, sometimes something put in there, and I was waiting to the end of that to see if this bill really was just about discrimination or it was not. And all of those amendments were shot down that gave opportunity for me to say, well, maybe it's not about discrimination. Maybe it's just about this, but every one of those were shot down. This is obviously discrimination, and I ask for an aye vote on 012.
Representative DeGraff.
Well, it's the Discriminating Against Religious Hospitals Act. It's pretty clear already what this bill is about. And if it's not clear, you just have to read it. It's yet another ideological screed. So, yeah, I support this amendment because I think it should be. I think the bill title should accurately reflect the contents.
Representative Holtorf.
Madam Chair, and to the bill sponsors, you're going to be really surprised here because this amendment, I think, goes too far. I do stand for the religious exemption, and I think we should all respect that. But when you go to the next word, the discrimination, I think that's a bit much. I really do. I don't think the intent of the bill sponsors is to discriminate against anyone or anybody. But I do think we ought to have deference to that, and there needs to be something in this particular bill. And I would implore the bill sponsors to work with us, and let's find a solution that will get us to move forward. Because I think this is one of those points that if we'll just talk and work together, I think maybe we can get things at a better place for both sides of the aisle. But I'm going to vote no because I think that word is too heavy, if you will. But I think we need to find some common ground, even if it's a small statement, something that crosses this bridge and gets us together. Because at the end of the day, that's what this is about, trying to get together and find that middle ground, trying to work together and find a little bit of compromise that brings us together as we move forward in this state. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Further discussion on Amendment L12. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L12. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The noes have it. L12 is lost. To the bill, is there any further discussion? Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's really amazing to me that we've come such a long way with our medical, that here we are hundreds, if not thousands of years after the charity-based, all charity-based, really arose from Christianity, that this is trying to attack, that we are now all of a sudden saying that we need to have a list of negatives. Because, let's see, a denial of care in the state to develop, so we don't know what this is right away. I think it's important to note that identify the healthcare services that are or may be subject to a denial of care in this state, that may be subject to in the state, and develop a simple service availability form to be filled out by a covered entity, so anything. And I think before I go any further, I would just like to highlight the word that one of the sponsors used, and that was obey. 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 We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. Obey. I'm curious what part of consent of the governed is covered by obey. How many in this police state you're making, how many more things of obey do we need? Does anybody have freedom of agency anymore? No. So identify the healthcare services that are or may be subject to a denial of care. We don't know. We're going to have a bill about it in this state, and to develop a simple service availability form to be filled out by a covered entity. And you know what's missing in this whole screed? Is there is no comprehensive list of medical procedures. How is somebody going to comply with it? How is somebody going to obey this bill without a comprehensive list of medical procedures? Do you have to say, do you walk into a medical facility and you go, oh, well, this is emergency, this is after hours care, and I wanted a tonsillectomy, and you didn't say you didn't give tonsillectomies, or appendectomies, or kidney transplants. What is the entire, I mean, I can see everybody, and nobody cares in this building, but what is the entire list? What is the entire list of medical procedures? And I appreciate you paying attention, I do, I really do. What is the entire list of medical procedures that this covers? There is not a comprehensive list of medical procedures that this covers. So we have to, so an agency, an individual hospital, really now, in order to avoid being targeted by this bill, because this bill can be used to target anybody. If a bill can be weaponized, it will be weaponized, a law. And what is this? Is this a good idea? Obey. That's what this is. If this was a good idea, if this good intention was a good idea, it would not need to be reinforced with guns. And that's ultimately what it needs to be, because it's a law. Law enforcement carries guns. They will come and enforce this law. This is an incredible ideological overreach. That's what we do in this body. We pass laws to hand out to people to enforce our good intentions with guns. That's what happens in this body. I don't know why anybody in this room has an issue with that when that's what you're doing in here. You're legislators. It is a personal truth of some of these agencies that things like chemical burning or mechanical dismemberment of preborn persons or genital mutilation of minors is wrong, and they're not going to provide those.
Can we please get to the bill? 1218 is
Yes,
where
ma'am.
we are.
So let's go. The requirements and content of the format and the service availability form that requires to update the service availability form at least biannually. So this form that does not exist, that has to be created, that that has to be created is going to serve into perpetuity, has to be updated every year, or, excuse me, at least biennially, so every 2 years. I think that's what that means. And then there's another, the department shall implement a public awareness program that includes how denial of a case of care may negatively impact the healthcare access. So have you ever gone into a place, medical or otherwise, and just expected there to be a service? The right of every, and here's the other issue of this bill. There's so many places that you can just insert. You can insert words and then change the entire thing. I don't think that's unintentional. I think that's very well-crafted language. The right of every patient to receive basic information necessary to give full and informed consent is a fundamental tenet of good public health and has long been an established law of this state. So you're going to have, so that's been a law, to give informed consent. So if you want to do informed consent, you're going to go into a place and you're going to walk into a hospital, say, start my treatment, and then I'm going to determine what it is that I need. I might just spring something on you while I'm about to go under the knife. I decide I might need it's not even a tubal ligation, wasn't even one that was mentioned in here. Well, maybe contraceptive services. And then it defines non-medical reasons. Non-medical reasons. Every person having the ultimate responsibility for decisions respecting the own person's health care also possess a concomitant right of access to complete information. Complete information is a pretty much an impossible bar to achieve. That's why you have second and third opinions. That's what an individual responsibility is for. Because one agency, one individual, one hospital is unlikely to be able to provide you with comprehensive information and full and informed consent. Complete information respecting the person's conditions. So then let's look at non-medical reasons. Some healthcare facilities do not provide a full range of healthcare services and may prohibit, significantly restrict, or otherwise refuse to provide services such as sterilization. That would fall under the mutilation of children, even, because now we can do that down to 12 years old based on your laws.
To the bill, please.
Ma'am, sterilization says right here. Infertility treatments, abortion, rather feticide is the more accurate term, end-of-life care, which would be euthanasia, potentially. There are some reasons for not doing that. Contraceptive, because end of life can occur at any time. It's not just old. You have to provide a full and comprehensive end of life care. And when does that mean that you get to choose your end of life care? So there's a lot of things. There's a lot of reasons. Contraceptive services, including emergency contraceptive, that would be Plan B. Well, we went over, and there's a court case now, we went over the many, many medical problems that happen with mifepristone and all of those.
This bill is not about mifepristone.
Ma'am,
Please talk to the bill.
It says emergency contraception. It is classified as that.
Please talk to the bill.
So they would have, that is contraceptive services. So there are many, many reasons, health reasons, to restrict these things. And then, so this is why I say it's an ideological screed, because they are classified as non-medical solutions, non-medical reasons. So when you go down and you say these are non-medical reasons, there are medical reasons for restricting these types of health care, let alone just not having the facilities available for them. Healthcare facilities, and then there's a whole paragraph. This is giving permission. Well, it's not really, because there's a spot here ready to be changed, to be modified. So they make a slight modification in the bill so that when this comes back around, then you change it from healthcare facilities may also deny or selectively restrict. And then you change that to may not deny or selectively restrict. It's just a one-word change, but it changes the entire thing. So then it would just be a quick amendment that you don't really have to get by anybody. or it's just a typo in there. Consequently, when healthcare facilities do not disclose that they restrict or refuse to provide various healthcare services for non-medical reasons, and again, for non-medical reasons, they can deprive patients of a knowledgeable choice to alternative treatments, which is well, there you go, alternative treatments. So how many alternative treatments are there to a full and comprehensive list of medical procedures? There is no comprehensive list in here. There's 1 million medical procedures. And we're saying that this is just an even-handed approach. This is only about attacking hospitals that, for reasons of conscience, do not provide, and these are not necessarily healthcare services. Optional services is not health. Optional surgery is not healthcare. Optional healthcare, life-saving, non-emergent healthcare, non-emergent medical procedures may prohibit or significantly restrict. So this is what this is about. This is about protecting. This is the only thing that this bill cares about. It takes 10 pages to wrap it up into a little bitty thing, but this only cares about being able to provide sterilization, infertility treatments, or making infertile, end-of-life care, eugenics and euthanasia, contraceptive services, and including emergency contraceptives met with chemical feticide. Refusal to provide health care services for non-medical reasons may, oh, wow, this is good. So this is putting a whole thing of liability on our healthcare system, because it's saying that if you refuse to provide healthcare services for which you would have to put your name, you would have to put those on a list and say that for non-medical reasons, we do not provide sterilization, infertility treatment, abortion, end-of-life care. That's obviously euthanasia. Or contraceptive services, that you would be then saying, admitting to, that this bill already assigns it and says these have long-term negative consequences resulting in injury, disability, and death. So this is assigning responsibility for injury, disability, and death. Could cause trauma to patients and it could impact their quality of life. So now a hospital has to defend that. Could result in greater healthcare expenses for payers and taxpayers, all because a medical facility chooses not to. Now, in the free market, as opposed to the forced market, these things are taken care of, because if one hospital, if one medical facility, and I'd say these are not medical things, these are sterilization is a non-medical, infertility treatments, abortion, end-of-life care, feticide, end-of-life care, contraceptive service, emergency contraception. Those are quite often contraindicated medically. But this is saying for non-medical reasons that the hospital is just depriving. So instead of saying conscience, like they used to say, that they would say, hey, this is a matter of conscience, and we had some level of respect for conscience. This is classifying conscience and returning it to non-medical reasons. And so for reasons of conscience, they can deprive patients of knowledgeable choice for alternative treatments, which is inconsistent with the underlying principle of informed consent. And services for non-medical reasons may cause injury, disability, death, trauma, quality of life impairment, and health care expenses to the patients, because they might not go in and get their free health care or free anti-health care. And some care that violates federal law. Denial of care means any refusal by a covered entity to provide a health care service for a health care service for non-medical reasons. So here it is. Denial of care means any refusal to obey. Refusal by, I just like saying that, because that's what this is about, obey.
To the bill.
Ma'am, the sponsor said obey was the key to this bill. Denial of care means any refusal by a covered entity to obey and provide a health care service or provide a referral of care. So denial of care has a definition in this body of when a health care refuses to do non-medical service. So immediately, despite the euphemistic protections here, that a hospital can be charged with just denial of care. Well, that's a pretty broad category. To charge a hospital with denial of care for exercising their conscience to not provide sterilization, infertility treatment, or abortion, euthanasia, contraceptive, or including chemical feticide. Denial of care includes the following practices, whether based on formal or informal policies that are not based on generally accepted standards of care. What are the generally accepted standards of care? Well, those are changing a lot. Selective refusal to provide a health care service to some, but not all, patients based on a characteristic described in subsection, a significant restriction on the availability of health care services. So a denial of care is a restriction on the availability of health care services, and we've referred to those health care services that are really important to this bill as sterilization, infertility treatments, feticide, euthanasia, contraceptives, including chemical feticide. Department means the Department of Health and Environment. Healthcare professional means a person who is licensed, certified, registered, or otherwise authorized, permitted by law to administer health care or dispense. Now, there might be some reasons on here to not do feticide or euthanasia, and that would be called the Hippocratic Oath, because those are both forbidden in the Hippocratic Oath, or at least the original Hippocratic Oath. Like paragraph 1 in the same sentence. So if somebody like actually adhered, if a medical facility adhered to the Hippocratic Oath, those are things that they would not provide. Healthcare or dispense of medication in the ordinary course of business or practice of a profession. Well, we went back and we said that medication to treat an injury or illness, and an injury or illness by that definition is a pregnancy. So this bill is how a hospital, well, I do understand how hospitals might be, because having talked to some of the others, when an agency says, well, we're okay, we're in this neutral category where we just throw up our hands and know that we're going to have some horrible things thrown at us, and it's either this or something worse, that they become, that's the determinant of whether they support something or not. But I think it's important to go back to the reason that the sponsor stated for this bill, and that is the word obey. And that does not fall under the consent of the governed. That does not fall under the just powers derived from the consent of the governed. This bill, like so many others, is a flagrant offense to our founding and to the reasons that the United States has been stable, and we have provided incredible health care that is the envy of the world. I've lived under the single-payer health care. We'll talk about next bill. This bill is about capitulation to an ideology. I'm actually ashamed that a bill like this could be considered. I recommend a no vote.
Is there further discussion on House Bill 1218? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1218. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. 1218 is adopted. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1209.
House Bill 1209 by Representatives Basenecker and McCormick, also Senator Hawkes Lewis, concerning the analysis of a universal health care system.
Representative Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 23-1209, the Health and Insurance Committee report and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Appropriations Committee report. Representative Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the Appropriations Committee, they approved the funding that's necessary for the study to take place.
Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the Health and Insurance report. Representative Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We had a delightful time in the Health and Insurance Committee, but we didn't finish our work quite enough, so I'd like to move L005 to the committee report
And,
and ask that it be properly displayed.
okay, Amendment L005 has been properly moved. Thank you. And is displayed. Representative Basenecker to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment comes after additional stakeholder work with HCPF. We addressed and adjusted some of the dates in the bill, whereby the study will be developed and then also delivered. And then we also made sure that all meetings of the task force shall be open to the public.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L5? Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is quite extensive. I don't know if it changes the content of the bill, but it is quite extensive, and I want to give my colleagues a chance to actually review what it says. So this is dated 14 March. So this is it's a full-page amendment on a one-page bill. Page 1, strike lines 7 through 13 and substitute. Okay, so that would be 7 through 13 and substitute. Looks like 5 through 13. No later than October 1, 2023, the Colorado School of Public Health shall research and select model legislation that provides a framework for a publicly financed and privately delivered universal health care system for Colorado that directly compensates providers. The Colorado School of Public Health shall make model legislation it selects publicly available on a website so that interested parties may evaluate and review the model legislation. Shall research and select model legislation and present model legislation. So this bill, talking about concerning the analysis of universal health care system, I think it's obvious from the title of the bill and the nature of the bill that this is a predetermined outcome. And I think number 3 here is fitting with that, because let's see what it was replacing, 7 through 19, after implementing. Page 4 of the bill, strike lines 8 through 12 and substitute. Page 4 of the bill, lines 8 through 12. And substitute no later than the Colorado School of Public Health shall acquire model legislation for implementing a publicly financed and privately delivered universal health care system that directly provides. So this just kind of beefs it up. But that's the gist of this. This study will determine that This study will determine that a publicly financed and privately delivered universal health care system for Colorado that directly compensates providers will be the determination of this study. So I'm not sure why they have a study, because I'm sure they already have the legislation. So page 1 of the report, strike lines 14 and 15, which is strike lines 13 through 15, and substitute section, the analysis may, and now instead of the analysis may, page 5 and substitute page 5 of the bill, strike lines 11 through 15. Okay, so we're not going to do lines 14 and 15. Instead, we're going to do page 15, page 5 of the bill, strike lines 11 through 15, which is the Colorado School of Public Health shall analyze the model legislation acquired pursuant to subsection 3 of this to determine whether and how, that's such a cute word, how a universal health system outlined in the model legislation could be implemented in Colorado. Okay, so, and that's really how the model could be. I think the next line will probably be like, will be implemented in Colorado, because that is the predetermined outcome. And substitute the Colorado School of Public Health, okay, this is actually shorter, shall analyze the model legislation selected pursuant to subsection 3, and then the analysis may, subsection 3, include first, second, third, and 10th year costs, identify reimbursement rates for healthcare providers at levels that are resultant in net income, net income that will attract and retain certain necessarily healthcare providers consider. Okay, so it's just kind of tightening up the language there. We know what the predetermined outcome is, so that doesn't really matter. Page 1 of the report after line 17, which is page 7, line 3, strike December 2021 and substitute October 2024. Okay, so October 1, 2024. And then what does this do? After page 1 of the report, after line 17, add. So we did that, and now we're going to add page 7 of the bill, page 2 of the report, let's see, add this, page 7 of the bill, line 9, strike December 2021 and then write 2024. Okay, 2025, so that's, okay, that's better. This study was probably prepared a couple years ago, and we're just trying to get to it, so the dates just need to be shifted. After page 2 of the report, after line 22, after page 2, line 22, way down here, so that's on page 9, after line 5. This reminds me of doing pubs changes in aviation. You have to go through these very carefully. After page 9, line 5, insert, a member of the task force appointed pursuant to subsection 3A of this section may be removed by a majority vote of the remaining members of the task force. Oh, interesting. A member of the task force appointed pursuant of this may be removed by the remaining members of the task force. And we will get to the members of the task force. That'd be statewide hospital association, organized labor, disability community, that makes sense, reproductive health care advocate, okay, feticide, sterilization, et cetera, statewide association of physicians, and then of course this will get into mental health care providers, Title 10 of the article, an expert in constitutionality, rural health care advocate, and statewide nurses association. So I'm guessing the guy that's an expert on Title 10 of the Constitution and maybe rural health care, they're out. The original appointing authority shall appoint a new member to fill the vacancy. Okay. This is the amendment. So we're still going by the amendment. And substitute line, I'm just trying to figure out where all these go, since page 2 of the report after line 22, because that's the task force, shall it meet at least 6 times before October 24 to come up with a predetermined solution and convene additional meetings by a majority vote of the members of the task force. And then we're going to add D. Then we're going to add D here, which is all members of the task force shall be open to the public, and the task force shall post notice of the meetings at least 24 hours in advance of the meeting on the Colorado School of Public Health's website or department or website or both. So, all right, that is a full page that is in a That is an amendment to a single page. That takes a little bit to digest. Kind of tightens up some language in some different places. Maybe troubling, maybe not, but anyways, now you know what's in the amendment. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on 1209? Representative Soper. On Amendment L5, sorry. We are still to the amendment. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L5. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L5 is adopted. To the bill. Nope. To the committee report.
Still on the committee report?
Representative Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We ask for an aye vote on the committee report.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I heard just the first few minutes of this bill on health and insurance, and then I had to step out to present a bill in another committee. And one thing I will say is, as the committee was contemplating amendments to be added, one thing that did come up was that this is actually the third time that we've studied a single health insurance for Colorado. And because we've done this multiple times now, and this will be the third time that we've done this, I believe it's important to have a few more safeguards around that to be respectful of taxpayer dollars. So therefore, I move Amendment L008 and ask that it be properly displayed.
L008 has been properly moved. Thank you. And is displayed to the amendment. Representative Soper.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. So this changes the language in the bill on page 2, lines 7 to 22, and it now will say in the amendment, the final report of the Blue Ribbon Commission for the Health Care Reform created in this section before it's repealed and reissued. The report of the Health Care Cost Analysis Task Force created also in this section before it's repealed, analyze a single nonprofit system for health care. So that's the point of the bill. And then B, it says, therefore, is duplicative and unnecessary use of taxpayer dollars to require another study to analyze model legislation for universal health care systems. So this then would prevent further study of a universal health care system or a single payer insurance. And it's not that we can't continue to look at something, but at some point we have to say we have finite resources that come from the taxpayers, and that these are their hard-earned dollars that they're sending to the state in the form of income tax or state sales tax, and that it's our job to be good custodians of those tax dollars and to make sure that when we've done now 3 studies on some sort of universal health insurance, that we say, surely we can learn from those 3 studies, because they've all been done in the last handful of years, going back a decade. And that's recent enough to be able to know whether or not this is a good idea or a bad idea, or whether some elements of the report can be incorporated into future policy or not, and that we don't necessarily need to keep spending more and more tax dollars continually studying the same issue every few years. So because of that, I'd ask for a yes vote. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Representative Basenecker. Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So wanted to just respond to this amendment. There are so many other questions. The study that we had in 1176 was more of a 30,000-foot view of the potential savings in the healthcare system that the state of Colorado could possibly realize in this publicly financed, privately delivered system, anywhere from $3.5 billion with a B up to $5 billion with a B over the 1 to 10 year period following. Many, many Coloradans have a lot of questions that still need to be answered. We don't know what this system would look like. We don't know the impacts it would have on the healthcare workforce. We don't know what the benefits to an individual or community health system would be. We don't know how such a system could address gaps in our healthcare system. We don't know how such a system would be financed
to secure its ability to exist in the future. There are so many more questions that need to be answered, and that's why this is a study to look a little deeper, closer than 30,000-foot view. So I will ask for a no vote on this amendment because there are a lot of questions that still need to be answered.
Further discussion on Amendment L8. Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's good. I mean, having had the opportunity to live under single-payer health care in Germany and Canada, I can tell you that the way you get the savings, the $3.5 to $5 billion savings, is a restriction in care. We could look at these systems and see what they entail and how that could be. I remember a story from my neighbor whose daughter fell down the stairs and her eye crossed, and they rushed her to the head of the line for an MRI or a CT scan, and that only took 2 weeks. So that's how these systems save money. Friends of mine that worked in the German healthcare system that would go to England because they stopped hip replacement surgeries at age 67. So that's how the single-payer healthcare system saves money. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that those things are not going to be told to the population. They'll just be told about how much they'll save. We could talk about how Medicare and Medicaid and TRICARE drive up the cost for everybody by negotiating down to 20% payment rate. But again, the things that this body does that drives up the medical costs are not going to be addressed. What's going to be addressed is treating the symptoms of fouling up the free market beyond anything recognizable to what we have today. Now, when I was in Canada, it was in about year 2000, and by that time, the tri-province cardiac unit had already been closed. All tri-province MRIs and ultrasounds had to be provided in a single location.
Can you tie this back to the amendment, please?
Yes, ma'am. The sponsor was speaking to this amendment with the results of how much potential savings that the predetermined outcome of single payer, single provider health care will provide. And I'm just trying to elaborate on her point about the actual benefit to the citizens of Colorado. Because I can guarantee you that whatever this model comes up with is going to go down the exact same road as all of the other single-payer healthcare systems, and that is a restriction in care. So I think it's important that this amendment, because the study has already been done. This proposal for a study is a predetermined outcome, and we're just gonna glad hand a bunch of numbers, talk about how great it would be if we forced the market down a certain. I'm sorry, it wouldn't be forcing the market; it would be eliminating the market and taking control of the market. And we could expect it to do just as good as everything else that the government is in control of, whether that's the postal system, the TSA, just any of the other systems that the government is in charge of. This is a predetermined outcome. So this amendment says, hey, let's at least save the taxpayer money before we send them into the single-payer healthcare system into a grinder based on what this body has already done to our healthcare. Because when we look at the massive surgeries of genital mutilation that are going to cost hundreds of thousands of dollars with no increase in premium and requiring that to be financed at 3%, this is going to drive the hospitals and the insurance companies out of business. So the predetermined outcome of this is not only already determined, it is being scheduled through previous legislation. So just in the light of not going through the theater of this study, spending the money on the study, at least save the taxpayer the money and the insult of spending more of their money on a study that is already done.
Is there further discussion on Amendment L8? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L8. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The noes have it. L8 is lost. To the committee report. Is there any further discussion? Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's just an oversight in this because this is the Health and Insurance Committee report. And so if we go to, so I'd ask that L014, as provided to the sponsors, would be.
I would like to hear a motion.
I move that L014 to HB 1209, and that it be properly displayed.
That's a proper motion, and L014 is properly displayed to the amendment.
Properly moved, awkwardly stated. But I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, so ultimately, this goes to the committee report, which is on page 2, strike lines 10 through 12, and substitute that. So if we go to page 2, 10 through 12, and we get rid of those three numbers, what it does is it really eliminates the line, one member who is registered nurse representing a statewide nurses association, period. And so if we go to page 8 on there, what it does is it just restates one member who is a, basically it changes that one to an and. One member who is a registered nurse representing a statewide nurses association, semicolon, and then it adds, so the only thing that it really changes is X, which is, or Roman numeral 10, one member who is a representative from a private health insurance company. So I think if you read it, it makes a little bit more sense for the on or before August 1, 2023, coming up. This would be one member of a statewide hospital association, organized labor, disability community. I think these all make sense. Reproductive health care advocate, statewide association of physicians, and then we go to the other ones, mental health care provider, an expert on the Constitution, that's one that they added. The sponsors added one member of the rural health care advocate, which is bridging the urban divide, and then one member who is, so it keeps this, a nurse, registered nurse representing a statewide nurses association, and then it adds, so it really just adds one member who is a representative from a private health care insurance agency. So I'm just adding that amendment because it just seems like it was an oversight, and that somebody from the health insurance company should be a member of this so they can speak to how this will affect. Thank you.
Is there further discussion on L14? Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I wanted to thank my colleague for bringing this amendment. We do thank for the task force that more voices are always welcome and can inform the discussion. So we would ask for an aye vote on L014.
Is there any further discussion on L14? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L14. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L14 is adopted. To the Health and Insurance Committee report, is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Health and Insurance Committee report. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Health and Insurance Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Bakesenecker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, members. Appreciate the thoughtful amendments from my colleagues. I think we're going to see a few more of them. I'll just say this, 1176 was an important piece of work that really did deliver a comparative analysis of healthcare delivery systems, not only in the United States, but really looking at healthcare delivery systems across the globe. What it delivered to us was important information that showed that as compared side by side, a single-payer system or a universal healthcare system could actually deliver substantial, with a billions with a B, savings to Colorado residents. There are understandably more questions that we feel need to be answered, and any policy should necessarily look at getting good data to inform next steps. That's exactly what this bill does. It outlines a task force. It tasks the Colorado School of Public Health with studying this work. They have already delved into this space through 1176, and they are ready and eager to take this next step in terms of analyzing a publicly financed, privately delivered healthcare system in the state of Colorado. We think the study questions that both are in the bill and that we anticipate adopting through amendment will be valuable information that every Coloradan should have in front of them before any next step is contemplated. I would just close with this. I think good policy is always informed by good data. I don't think we have anything to fear from good data as long as we're tasking the right organizations with getting that on behalf of the taxpayers.
Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I want to thank my co-prime sponsor for all his work, and we do need a deeper dive into this subject, and luckily our CU School of Public Health is ready to take on this project, and we are asking them to just further analyze the cost of such a model, both to us as an individual. I'm curious to know how this might affect me personally and my family, and then also the whole system. Many Coloradans across my district and also across the state are still continuing to be very interested in this subject. And as you know, we had a ballot measure a few years ago that did not pass because there were a lot of unanswered questions on that particular issue. And we need to study this. We do need the data to make sure that we have all the information we need to know whether or not we need to go forward or not. So it's not a predetermined outcome, and that's why we are doing a study. And so I appreciate adding more voices to the task force. This study will help us give the people of Colorado the answers they're looking for. We don't know if this system will work, and this will help us find out, and I encourage a yes vote on House Bill 1209.
Representative Taggart.
How come they start this? Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
One of my concerns about this particular bill is I'm worried that we have the cart before the horse. And here's where I come from on the cart before the horse. We have public options today. We have exchanges today. Long before we analyze whether we should go to a universal plan, we should first be analyzing the plans that are out there today. We're making a jump and we're skipping over a critical analysis, and that analysis is those public options that exist today. Are they cost effective? Are they inclusive? Et cetera, et cetera. And so I don't have a problem eventually analyzing the universal option, but we sure should start with analyzing what we have done to date, both at a private level or both at a state level as well as at a federal level. That's the next step in the process, and we're jumping over it. Thank you.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you. I agree with the representative that was just here. Being in healthcare, I take a lot of these bills very close to heart, and I see what has worked being 24 years in the field and what hasn't worked. In my opinion, when a study isn't just a study, HB 1209 would require the Colorado School of Public Health to create a roadmap for implementing a single-payer healthcare policy developed by a nonprofit organization. There are key components of the healthcare system HB 1209 that does not address, which is very concerning to me as well, including the impact to employer-sponsored health insurance benefits, the impact to Taft-Hartley plans, which are collective bargaining agreements for unions, the impact to TRICARE and all of our veterans or Medicare, the impacts to employment in the healthcare sector and corresponding changes in taxable revenue, impacts to the healthcare system including access to care, impacts to the state budget to pay for and administer such a program, impacts to other healthcare delivery systems such as workers' comp. That's about 50% of my patient load at my physical therapy company. HB 1209 starts Colorado down the path again of a significant policy change discussion, creating further uncertainty for Coloradans. In the past few years, Colorado has invested over $41 million in healthcare reform, including Colorado's public option. We believe the state's focus should be to stabilize our system and the healthcare markets through supportive and predictable policymaking, minimizing care disruption and unintended consequences. This proposed study structure lacks important policy considerations. The bill does not require expertise in actuarial science so it's unclear how financially sound policy would be developed. The School of Public Health would be studying model legislation for publicly funded and privately delivered healthcare system developed by a nonprofit organization. Such an approach lacks real public policy considerations. The School of Public Health will consult with a small board of individuals, none of which are required to have actuarial experience or experience in healthcare. I mean, that's a problem altogether. HB 1209 sets forth a very narrow set of considerations and makes recommendations on a set policy which would completely overhaul Colorado's healthcare system. We believe this is an end run of the legislative process and an issue that has already been soundly rejected by Colorado voters. We've already had 2 studies on this before this one. And just to go back to our Colorado option goals, we now have the research and the evidence to show that it's not really doing what it's supposed to do. So preparing to enter its second year, one of Governor Jared Polis' signature healthcare policies is now facing significant questions raised by insurers about its sustainability. The dispute has to do with a health insurance program called the Colorado Option. The Colorado Option is a first of its kind state-designed insurance plan that private insurance companies are required to sell to people who buy.
I'm sorry, Representative Bradley, this is not about the Colorado option.
Okay, I would like to move Amendment L012 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion. Thank you. Amendment L012 is properly displayed. To the amendment, Representative Bradley.
Thank you. I just want to add to determine the impact on implementing a single-payer healthcare system on health care facilities, private health insurance companies, and the Colorado Option Health Insurance Plan. I think if we're going to be thorough, we need to understand the implications to all of these in our healthcare system and not just one. Thank you.
Is there further discussion on Amendment L12? Representative Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do believe at some point in our debate today, we are going to say yes to this language, but if we say yes to each one of these individual amendments that I think we are going to see, we create a settled question. And so we have an amendment that I believe our colleagues have been working on. We have nothing to worry about in terms of rounding out the scope of focus from the study. I'm going to ask for a no vote on this amendment, but we will ask for a yes vote at some point. So, you know, stay tuned. Not today. Or not yet.
Is there any further discussion on L12? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L12. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The noes have it. L12 is lost. To the bill. Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, with that intro, then I would like to move Amendment L013 and ask for it to be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion. Amendment L013 is properly displayed. To the amendment, Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this amendment just asks for one of the topics of analysis in this task force to be how this universal healthcare system impacts the cost and development of specialty prescription drugs and treatment for rare diseases. This was something that stood out to me, as I think many of you know from previous times that I've been down to this well. One of my children is medically complex, has had a lot of different medical issues, which meant we've spent a lot of time at doctors and specialists and having to get treatment, and a lot of those treatments involve prescription medications that aren't that common. So he has to get a daily injection that's prescribed by his endocrinologist, and that stuff is costs more money ounce per ounce than gold does. So as I see this task force and I see some of the changes that we're looking at analyzing in our healthcare system, to me personally, it's incredibly important that we're taking into account the development and cost of some of these rarer medications and some of these rarer diseases so that folks like my son are covered by this and we're not setting up a system that might inadvertently impact the very necessary, somewhat rare, and pretty expensive medication that my son needs access to. I would ask for an aye vote on this, knowing that you might get a similar spiel to the last amendment, but I ask for an aye vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I do have to say same verse, or different verse, same as the first. Also, a really awesome point to be made. I really appreciate you bringing that language to an amendment. But at this time, I'm going to ask for a no vote on this particular amendment, hoping that we might see all of this great language all in one amendment so we don't issue a settled question issue. Thanks.
Is there any further
Vote
discussion
no.
on L13? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L13. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. L13 is lost. Representative Soper.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to come down and talk to the bill itself. Certainly having had a background in professional research, I can tell you that it's always good to study things, to acquire more knowledge, to learn from it. But as I said earlier, this is going to be the third time we've studied having a statewide insurance company, a nationalized insurance for the state of Colorado. It was also soundly rejected by the voters and was deemed to be very inexpensive. And because of those reasons, I think that we need to respect the will of the voters and not necessarily continue to go down that path. I do want to talk about an experience I had back in November, though. I had the opportunity to meet with Taiwan's National Health Insurance Administration, and it was a very fascinating look at how health insurance develops and how we got to where we've gotten to. And they even presented me with a book about the history of their health insurance, the National Health Insurance of Taiwan. And experience does make a difference. So when Taiwan developed their nationalized health insurance, before that, all the insurance in Taiwan came from whatever union or guild that you belonged to. So if you were part of, for example, the manufacturers, that was where you had your insurance through. And it was already a semi-public, semi-private insurance, only you had a collection of, I believe it was 10 or 12 of them. And then they had consolidation about 30 years ago to have one plan. That's Taiwan's system. Over here on Colorado's system, we have 25% of Colorado's health insurance that's what Colorado fully regulates. Then we have the ERISA plans that are regulated by the federal government. Then we have Medicare and Medicaid, and then cash payers. And that would be the full insurance market in Colorado. If you're comparing how to take, for example, what we have in Colorado and somehow create a single health insurance plan, well, you could only impact 25% of the Colorado market. The other 75% really would be unaffected and would still be as is. So that, that's certainly a concern because we're taking just a portion of the commercial and moving down this path. I do think it's important that if we're going to study how to do something, that really this is a national conversation because so much of our health insurance really is driven by federal law, not state law. Let the federal government study this rather than the state studying this once again, especially since the voters have already weighed in on how they feel about this particular issue. But I do appreciate the sponsors being willing to accept some of our amendments or in the future accept. I was going to say it's been a fairly long week already, but I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
To House Bill 1209, Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you to the bill sponsors for being open to our amendments. That means a lot to us and my caucus. Even here on second readings, I won't go into my speech because you've all heard it 100 times. When we can dialogue, when we can listen to each other back and forth, and we can look at those different perspectives and see what is acceptable and actually open and embrace certain things, that means a lot. And so thank you. sincerely. We talked about the many studies, and I happen to be holding one up here. Madam Chair, the good news is I'm not reading it.
That is excellent
I'm
news,
not.
Representative
It's a
Holtorf.
lengthy study. But what I do want to do is there's a executive summary, and then there's a conclusion, and I just want to highlight a couple points. This particular study here, healthcare finance reporting, same thing, Colorado School of Public Health. Like I said, was said earlier, there's 3 of these studies. Well, this is one of them. So we've been analyzing this over the last few years and studying it and studying it and studying it, trying to figure out how to make this work. What is this? Well, statewide publicly financed healthcare. There's some issues with it. So in this, the legislature established this act in 2019, House Bill 1911-76, and it created this task force, very much like we're doing right now, worked with an analytical team. I'm summarizing for brevity. I want credit for that. I want constructive credit for that if I can get the majority leader's attention. I know she's very busy. It was tasked for providing analysis of costs and impacts in the 3 systems for future policy decisions. Well, now we're doing this again out of necessity, okay, with residents receiving health care coverage from private insurers and public programs and also uninsured, looking at a multi-payer universal health care system which all residents of Colorado are covered regardless of immigration or documentation status. You know, some of us have issue with that. That's called free health care for everyone, even for people coming to visit from faraway lands that are just tourists, perhaps. And then this plan with a mediated set of benefits that is publicly and privately funded and also paid for by employer and employee contributions, and also publicly financed and private delivered options that provide universal coverage again, regardless of immigration or documentation status. So we have a lot of information. We've done some studies. Studies need to be objective and without bias. That's the first thing I'm going to say. Back when I went to graduate school at Boston University, we had this qualitative analysis class. We also had the quantitative analysis class, too. I didn't like that one. I liked the qualitative one better. A little more subjectivity. But in this case, we have to have studies that are unbiased and objective. Now, they don't have to be double-blind studies for my good colleagues that they're very involved in studies academically, but they do need to be objective and they need to be unbiased. And that's really hard in some cases, depending on who's doing the study. But, Madam Chair, let me get to the conclusion. And this is with respect to what's coming out of the Colorado School of Public Health, which we know is part of the university system, CU, CSU, University of Northern Colorado, and has many learned PhDs, MDs, and other things involved that are all in academia. Okay, healthcare reform in Colorado, introducing universal health care on either a multi-payer or single-payer system, has the potential to increase access to care, which may improve healthcare outcomes and possibly provide sector-specific employment benefits. Other cost estimates suggest that a multi-payer universal healthcare system will likely lead to increases in total cost of Colorado healthcare systems. Now, we know that to be part of the problem. Particularly now with all the additional health care coverage that's going to be required from legislation that's being promulgated this session. That burden is coming to Colorado, and it's going to cause, I fear, these increases. Be them small or large, they're increases nonetheless. And then, okay, so introduction of a fully publicly financed and privately delivered healthcare system could yield significant healthcare savings if the pricing, well, I got to take this off here. If the pricing regulations are put in place to control cost growth in the future. Now, there's another problem, Colorado, and to my colleagues. Now we're talking about this price control. Now, I'm not going to go into my price-fixing diatribe of days gone by. We've done that already. I don't need to relive that. But when we start doing price regulations and price controls in an effort to suppress the increase in those costs to those providers. And we know, we've said we want a 5% reduction. Oh, I better hurry up and wrap up now. I think I have both. I didn't see this sticky till just now, sir. But let me wrap this thing up. There's only 2 more sentences left. With respect to controlling cost growth in the future, that's problematic. And finally, financial health of hospitals and clinics and clinic retention should be carefully considered with any potential pricing regulations. I'm not a fan of pricing regulations, extreme. I'm not even a fan of price controls, although I want healthcare to be affordable and I want the cost to be controlled. But I think it's very dangerous when we try to go in and manipulate that market. Now, I'm very thankful for the amendments we have. I've stated my concerns, and I'm going to have a hard time voting yes. But I do appreciate what you're doing.
Further discussion on 1209. Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L015 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion. And it is properly displayed. To the amendment, Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is the Weinberg-Wilson amendment. Just wanted to throw this out there that after negotiations with the bill sponsors, it is respected that they are listening to the other side of the aisle. I urge an aye vote, and I thank you for your time.
Representative Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleague from Larimer County. We think this is a great... We try to be inclusive with our county references, and I'm proud to share Larimer County with my colleague as well. And we think this is a great addition to the bill, and it rounds out some important study questions, and we'd ask for a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L15. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L15 is adopted. To the bill, Representative Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We ask for a yes vote on the bill. We appreciate the dialogue and the ability to work through some of these issues and challenges together, and certainly the conversation along the way. We feel like this bill is an important step in analyzing and getting at some of those potential and may and what if questions that 1176 illuminated. So we'd ask for your yes vote on the bill.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1209? Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure how many people have lived under single-payer health care, but I can tell you it's not great. It sounds great, and it does save money, but it saves money at the cost of health care. So I think it's pretty clear that this study, like all the other studies, has a predetermined outcome. We could look at the failure of health care, which is probably largely because of legislation. And we could probably look at unforcing the market and allowing it to work instead of things like restricting the, demanding that it takes on hundreds of thousands, millions and billions of dollars worth of insurance, surgeries of questionable success, without raising deductibles, without raising prices. So here's probably the biggest thing that I think we need to recognize about single-payer health care is it would probably work just like a benevolent dictator would work. Oh, thanks. Thank you, sir. Wrong pipe. But one of the things that you need to realize under a single-payer health care, under the government, is that everybody on that system is a liability. Currently, patients are customers at one level or another, and under a single-payer health care, you become a liability. So that means I don't remember the doctor, for the current administration that recommended putting a multiplier on everybody's health care above 75. So say your age minus, or 75 minus your age multiplied by the health care, that would be the multiplier. So if you were 76, all of your health care would have, all of the cost of your health care would have a -1 assigned to it. And so you would all of a sudden become a liability to the health care. Why 75? Well, because at 75 you're not as useful at paying taxes and creating widgets for the government, or creating widgets for a corporation and paying taxes to the government. So you're a liability. You're definitely a liability at 75. So at 80, any medical care you would consider. So it was even postulated that like a simple antibiotic for something like a kidney infection would now have a negative value. And this is not my side of the aisle. This is the majority side of the aisle. So that even an antibiotic, an inexpensive antibiotic for something like a kidney infection, would now have, under this system, under the single-payer healthcare system, would have a negative value. So somebody with a kidney infection or a bladder infection, and that was considered humane because they would most likely just kind of slip into a coma and die. That's single-payer healthcare. Do you save a lot of money with it? Oh, you betcha. Saves a lot of money. When we voted for the ACA to go in that direction, ironically named the Affordable Health Care Act, people's premiums jumped and their deductibles jumped. Doubled and tripled in both cases sometimes. But we voted for it so we could we put it into law and we put it into action so we could find out what it was, what was in it. Well, we found out what was in it. It was fouling up the economy beyond anything recognizable, and we're still paying for that. Where do our health care issues come from? Well, probably a lot of them come from when the government said, we have a great idea, we're going to impose wage caps. And then so companies started offering insurance, and it covered everything. So medical insurance became a thing. Well, once you had the medical insurance, what you did is you skewed the Econ 101, and now you put a big influx of government cash with zero accountability to it, and then you increase the demand so everybody was going in. This happened in Canada too. We talked about this. I talked about it with my neighbors. Talked about it with my neighbors who lived here, and they left largely because of the healthcare system. And ironically, Canada, you're now allowed to buy health insurance to cover all of the things that their single-payer universal healthcare system doesn't. Does everybody have that? That in Canada, you need to buy individual insurance to cover the things that your universal healthcare doesn't. Why? Because the system is bankrupt. Now, my neighbors, my friends, the ones on my hockey team, when we talk about this, yeah, I played hockey. Not well, just played.
Not relevant to the bill.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. That they love their single-payer healthcare system, and it only cost them 50% of their wages. So we like to tell them, we like to say it's free, and then we just have to keep taking more and more and more taxes. So it's really not a health care system. This should really be a health control system. That's the only way to accurately say what it is. It's health control. So one of the things in this study, I'm not planning on reading the whole thing, but the challenge of our nation's healthcare system are significant, and they must be addressed to ensure quality of life that the Americans deserve. And one thing that we know is that centralization is not responsive, nor is government intervention. Government intervention, it always creates more problems. We're in this position with healthcare because of imposing things like HMOs to try to fix the other problems that legislation did. Legislation imposed HMOs, that drives up cost, and then there needs to be another solution. So every time the government creates a solution, it creates a bigger problem. And then legislation comes in to solve that problem. And how does legislation solve that problem? With less legislation? No. Legislators solve the problem with more legislation. And they continue to paper over by being laws enforced with guns, to force the system farther and farther to the left and on the spectrum. So that's towards the Hegelian God state, if you're interested in how that works. So what are the benefits? So let's see. My colleague mentioned that a study must be unbiased and objective. This study goes in with the premise that we'll save between $3.5 and $5 billion. That sets up the study for confirmation bias. Now, we already know that the study is going to find what they want to find, and we're going to miraculously say, oh, look, we need a single-payer healthcare system where all of our citizens become a liability instead of a customer and have absolutely no accountability over the system. So where I lived, in Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan, we walked by a building one day and it was completely boarded up. And we couldn't figure out what it was, and then somebody a few weeks later told us that it was the Tri-Province Cardiac Unit. Because back in the heyday, when they initiated single-payer health care, man, they poured the money into it. They just poured the money into it, and they built, and it was great. People would go in for Band-Aids, and they had, so here was a cardiac unit that treated 3 provinces. And it was closed and boarded up, and you couldn't tell what it was. I thought it was a high school or something, couldn't tell. So, things with our experience with that. I mentioned before that my friend had his daughter rushed, and I forgot to tell you why, but she was rushed to the top of the list for let's just say it's a CT scan, I'm not sure which it was, but rushed to the absolute top of the list because they thought she had a brain tumor. That took 2 weeks. And he was thrilled about it. He was bragging to me that it only took 2 weeks to get his daughter into a CT scan because it was so critical, because they thought she had a rapidly growing brain tumor. 2 weeks. That's how you save lots of money. OBGYN stuff, blood work, 1 hour blood work. When my wife was pregnant, 1 hour blood work took 2 weeks. 1 hour blood work in the States took 2 weeks. And guess what happened when they all of a sudden discovered 2 weeks later that she was low in progesterone? Guess what happens when there's not enough progesterone before the umbilical cord of the baby starts making it on its own? What happens? So that leads to an emergency ultrasound. So do you think the OBGYN could do an emergency ultrasound? It would make sense, right? Have you ever been to anybody who's been to a medical appointment with their wife? They all have ultrasounds. Everybody has ultrasounds. But they didn't. We had to schedule an ultrasound. I think it took about 2 weeks to get in there, to rush to the top of the queue, maybe 2 weeks, maybe 1 week. We had to rush to the top of the list. They rushed us because it was an emergency. And it was 45 minutes away. You want to know how single-payer healthcare systems save money? They don't have death boards, they have life boards. They determine who gets the care. That's why in Canada, a standard scandal would be finding and they're all on it, like one of the leaders they're on like 5 different healthcare waiting lists to see who they get in first. It's illegal, or was. So that progesterone, that 2 weeks for progesterone led to an emergency ultrasound that led to emergency surgery. And then another surgery. And another surgery, we showed up at the hospital after being told that it was going to be, we were going to not go in until the 5th of November. She wasn't going to be able to get her surgery until the 5th of November. And then suddenly in May, we get a call and we think, wow, we're ahead of the schedule. And then after waiting a day, and all of the hospital, and there was one surgeon that was on duty all day long. The other surgery bays were all empty because they didn't have enough surgeons to fill them. They had the bays because they built them, they spent the money on them, but they didn't have the surgeons because they were all leaving to go to someplace else where they could actually use their talents. Then so in the hand crank bed, the TV was off and the phone was disconnected, and it would take, you had to pay to have those connected, and they disconnected in between every patient, and it only took a day before you'd get them connected. And they would charge for that. And then it turned out that the hospital staff had mixed up 11-5 with 5-11, and the surgery really wasn't scheduled for that day, but they really didn't know. So she stayed at the hospital all day long without eating, only to find out around 10 o'clock at night that the surgeon was too exhausted to try to do the study. So yes, I will guarantee you that single-payer health care will save money, and you will regret it. We lived in Germany. Now, granted, now keep in mind that in Canada we were on TRICARE, and they gave us special deference. So we had a better system than most Canadians do. And that was very gracious of the Canadians. It's not their fault they live under single-payer health care. But we had access to the flight surgeon. Other Canadians do not. So when we lived in Germany, my son had an ear infection, bad ear infection, ended up having to have surgery on that to flay open his mastoid. So my wife had to take him to, prior to that, they had to take him to an appointment that was about an hour away, and they gave him the first appointment of the day, 8 o'clock. Show up at 8 o'clock. Wow, that's fantastic. You're going to show up at 8 o'clock in the morning. You're going to be there before the backlog happens. So she shows up at 8 o'clock with the kids in tow after driving an hour. And guess who's there? 300 other people that have an appointment at 8 o'clock in the morning. And they're all in line to wait to be seen, to hope to be seen that day. That's single health payer. That's single-payer health care. Every patient under single-payer health care is a liability. Now, I guarantee you that study is not going to find that. This study is not going to discover that single-payer systems treat patients like liabilities instead of customers. Because you know what? It's a monopoly, and it doesn't care. It doesn't care whether you live or die. Actually, until you, the only time it cares if you die is if you're making widgets and paying taxes. So this is going to find, without any surprise, it's already been done, that single-payer health care is just going to be this wonderful thing that will save us between $3.5 billion and $5 billion. So we've already started the bias. We've already programmed the bias into this study. So there's lots of things that this body could do. And ironically, I wanted to make sure I brought up that point. Ironically, in Canada, and my neighbor in Battle Creek, when I was flying A-10s, my neighbor in Battle Creek, they had left Canada, and one of the reasons why is because they could not set up any sort of private clinic to fill the need that the government system had put in place, even at self-pay. And the reason for that is because the government doesn't want any competition. But now, ironically, when I looked it up last time, in Canada,
Are you through with your thought? Because I'm happy to call the question.
I'm not through with my thought. I was just waiting for everybody to conclude their conversation so I could continue. I was going to say I'm not up here for my health, but I am up here for my health. I'm up here for the health of everybody in Colorado because this bill, the findings of this bill, the predetermined outcome of this bill, if implemented, will have grave effects on the health care of everybody in this state. That's guaranteed. That's as guaranteed as the findings of this study. And I know everybody's in love with this idea of single-payer health care because in theory, it should work. In practice, it does not. So we have multiple studies. We're going to spend Coloradan more money on a predetermined outcome that is guaranteed to hurt Coloradans. Oh, I forgot to tell you about the story of the Germans. My friend's brother from Germany, he would fly to England. Once a month, he would fly to England. And this has kind of a broader implication, so this is probably worth paying attention to. So his brother from Germany was an orthopedic surgeon, if whoever does hip surgeries, he would do all of his quota in Germany because after that, there was no benefit at all to doing more surgeries. It's just more work. So what he would do is he would go to England once a month, and he would do surgeries out of pocket. So the people in England, they couldn't pay their own doctors. They couldn't pay their own doctors in England because they were under the single-payer health care. So the I suspect the British doctors flew to Germany to do hip surgeries, and the German doctors flew to Britain. And it would cost, and they would do the surgeries probably for about a tenth of what they cost over here. So then the United States, we look over there and we say, well, look, they're doing hip surgeries instead of for $50,000, they're doing them for $7,000, and that's because they were doing it on the economy in the free market. And if somebody has to pay out of their own pocket, they're going to be a little bit more careful, and that drives down the cost. So everything that the legislation, everything that legislative bodies like this one has done to health care has made it worse. And when you're talking about people that have high degrees of need for health care, they tend to just disappear. So when we get this predetermined outcome next year, and we start saying about how wonderful it will be to save $3.5 to $5 billion, which is not going to go back to the citizens of Colorado because this body will spend it faster than it's made. Let's be realistic. We'll spend it on something else. The way single-payer health care works, the way it saves money, is it treats citizens as liabilities instead of patients or customers. And if your cost of care exceeds your value to the state, then you need to be very worried. So I think if this bill was actually an unbiased study, it would be one thing because they would find out what an absolute nightmare single-payer healthcare is? But it's not. It's going to find that single-payer healthcare is wonderful because it's not going to look at those externalities like how it treats patients. What it's going to do is it's going to look at just pure savings. Just remember that under single-payer healthcare, you are a liability. And your value to the state is the determiner of what your medical coverage, what your medical care will be. With that, I would say, I think this study is a waste of money. I think it's a waste of time. If we want to fix the healthcare system, we need to start looking at the regulations that we continue to impose, that we've imposed just in the last few days, the millions of dollars that we've imposed on healthcare system, which are really, like I said before, I think are designed to crush the healthcare system under the guise of appearing beneficent. They're designed to crush the healthcare system so that we end up with this. And then you can pay for it by just continuing to increase taxes. Increase taxes, increase taxes, increase taxes. Until work is the only thing that people want to do, because that's the goal of this ideology. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1209? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1209. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. 1209 is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 11. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to move out of order for the consideration of House Bill 1215.
Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1215.
House Bill 1215 by Representatives Sirota and Basenecker, also Senators Mullica and Cutter, concerning limitations on hospital facility fees.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1215, the Appropriations Report, and the Health and Insurance Report.
To the Appropriations Report.
In Appropriations, we added an appropriation that largely is a one-time cost to support a study. Ask for your aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the Health and Insurance Committee report, Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In Health and Insurance, we made some very significant amendments to the bill. So we removed a requirement of HCPF to identify other services related to facility fees. Most significantly, I think we changed the prohibitions on facility fees to only prohibit hospital-affiliated providers and facilities from charging patients for preventive services, primary care, and telehealth services, preventive and primary in an outpatient setting. We also, from those prohibitions, exempted critical access and rural community hospitals and Denver Health from those prohibitions. We made some technical amendments to the patient notification and added a meaningful, robust, one-time report on the...
I'm sorry, Representative. Members, please keep it down.
A one-time
Please
report.
continue, Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A one-time report detailing the impact of hospital facility fees on the Colorado healthcare system, including consumers, healthcare providers, and hospitals, and eliminates most of the other reporting requirements in the introduced bill.
Is there any further discussion on the Health and Insurance report? Representative Soper.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. So I heard this bill in committee, and it's one that we've actually heard a lot about. I think I've probably heard from every single one of the hospitals in our great state, and how concerned they are about a prohibition on being able to charge facility fees. Because facility fees are the ability to charge for all the people who aren't the actual provider. So that's the nurse, front office help, It's also the heating and cooling, the janitorial services, the kitchen staff, if there is that for that particular service. And that it actually is being transparent. That if we are not able to, as a hospital, charge these particular fees, it actually leads to a less transparent world. It means that when a patient gets their bill, it's pretty murky as to what they've actually paid for. But if you actually have that line that actually tells you that's what was going to facility fees, now all of a sudden that patient can go back and say to that healthcare facility, whoa, this is a little bit high for this charge. And actually it's because of that that we have this bill, to tell you the truth. We had some hospitals that were charging a lot. As a matter of fact, we heard in committee that a lady had an outpatient procedure. The underlying charge for the procedure was $800 and the facility fee was $600. And it's because of that behavior is why this bill is in front of us. But let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater to understand that we have some hospitals that have been bad actors, yes, but that by and large, without the ability to have facility fees, we would have a number of our rural hospitals that would go under. And that's why I just want to thank the sponsors in committee, in the Health and Insurance Committee report. You'll see that they exempted out Soul Community Hospitals and Critical Access Hospitals, these, and Denver Health. These are our frontline and rural hospitals that we need desperately to be able to deliver health care in a much needed part of the state. With that, I know that
Representative Sirota. Representative Soper.
Sure.
You can move, if you're going to move these two, you can move them, and then we'll end with this one. How about that?
Okay, and so you move yours.
Yeah.
Do we need a brief recess?
No.
No, I think we're good.
I'll move this, then you can do these.
Okay.
And we'll do.
Actually, I have another one I'll move as a substitute, but then I'll withdraw it.
Okay.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the thoughts shared by my colleague here. I want to address one other piece of the Health and Insurance Committee report related to transparency. I move L010 and ask that it be displayed.
That is a proper motion. And that amendment is properly displayed. Representative Sirota to the amendment.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. So this amendment adds to the transparency component of the bill and essentially means that when a healthcare facility is newly affiliated with a hospital or hospital system, that they will have to communicate with their patients, provide them notice that this affiliation or change in ownership is happening, and essentially provide them the knowledge that they may be charged a facility fee in the future. What we know is happening in the healthcare system is that our independent physician practices are being acquired at a very rapid rate. And you could be going in to see your doctor that you've been seeing for 10 years, and you have this normal visit that you go in, you pay your $45 for this visit, and a month later or a year later, you walk in, and the same visit, you pay your $45, and then you also are charged a facility fee because ownership of that practice changed, but nothing else changed. And so to get at the surprise nature of this billing, we want to ensure that patients have ample notice that in the future, when they return for services, they may be also charged a facility fee on top of that provider fee. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate hearing this. However, there's actually a much more direct approach. And that's that, we've heard this from a number of constituents around the state, and I told them would run an amendment to this nature. But if a hospital system is acquiring a practice, and that practice was not charging a facility fee at that point, it seems to be unconscionable that you would then have that same practice, once they've been acquired, charge that facility fee because actually nothing's changed, and many people would argue it's gotten more efficient. So I move Amendment L015 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Do you mean you move a substitute amendment?
I move as a substitute L015 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Okay. A substitute amendment has been moved. Thank you. And is properly displayed. To the substitute amendment, Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this says exactly as I just described, that if they hadn't been charging the facility fee before and then they're acquired, and the only thing that changed was they're acquired, then they wouldn't be able to charge it. This came about as, like I said, we said we would go ahead and offer this, but we also understand that this is a more negotiated approach on the underlying amendment, which is why I now withdraw Amendment L015.
Okay, the amendment has been withdrawn. To Amendment L010, is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L010. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L010 is adopted. To the committee report, to the Health and Insurance Committee report, is there any further discussion? Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Making sure we're getting right papers here. When you go in for any kind of procedure, any kind of surgery, there's a lot of ancillary things that are done. When those extras are done, they should be paid for. Therefore, I move L011 and request that it be properly displayed.
L011 has been properly moved. Thank you. And is displayed. To the amendment, Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This specific, very short, very simple, but what a key point is that it says you get services outside from that primary surgeon, you get paid for. Whatever those fees are, they can bill and they can get paid for it. There's a lot of supporting agencies and healthcare services that go into the provider, whatever the main action, the main surgery is. And instead of saying that they don't get paid, they cannot charge a fee, we are saying strike that line to where they can be charged a fee and collect on it. We urge an aye vote on Amendment L011.
Is there any further discussion on L11? Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would ask for a no vote on this amendment. We think that we have identified services here that we significantly narrowed the limitations on charging facility fees in this bill to preventive healthcare services, telehealth services, and primary care. It's a very narrow sliver of facility fee charges for these outpatient services, but we still believe that this is an important, good consumer measure to limit on this very narrow set of services. It does not mean that the providers can't still charge for the services. They can and they do. And it also, I should note, it is written that they can't charge these facility fees on something that is not covered in full by a patient's insurance. So it doesn't mean that they can't still bill for the charge. It just means that the patient should not incur this facility fee on this narrow set of provisions. I ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L11? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L11. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. L011 is lost. To the committee report, Representative Frizzell.
I'm sorry. Good afternoon, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
Thank you. I would like to move L012 to amend the Health and Insurance Committee report and ask that it be properly displayed, which it is. Awesome.
L012 has been properly moved and is displayed
All
to
right.
the amendment. Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, ma'am. This is, without a doubt, the best amendment we have seen so far today. Without a doubt. You know, during the recent pandemic,
Okay, are we going back to it or not?
more and more of us had the opportunity to use telehealth. And you know, I personally did one time and thought it was pretty cool, but it has really become an important part of our healthcare system and made significant differences in the way we work with our healthcare providers and utilize technology in doing that. And so this particular amendment amends the committee report to exclude telehealth from facility fees. So I would ask for the bill sponsor's support on this amendment, exempting telehealth. And I request a yes vote on this amendment.
Representative Bazenecker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleague for this amendment. We feel very strongly that telehealth is a wholly inappropriate place to charge facility fees. What we heard in committee was patients who had a telehealth visit for something like a new mother who's wanting lactation services, or somebody who's unable to access care because of where they live in our state. And so they access telehealth services, understanding that they will, of course, have to pay for the service, but then they end up with a bill in the thousands on top of that simply for a doctor to be on the other side of that telehealth service. So in my mind, and respectfully to my colleague, I appreciate the concern around cost and I appreciate the concern around access to care. And at the same time, I don't believe that it's appropriate for us to double down on priority populations with surprise billing simply because they're using a telehealth service to be able to access their care. So we respectfully ask for a no vote.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I really like this Frizzell amendment, Frizzell amendment. I know Soper is our H&I ranking member and lead and very knowledgeable in the healthcare sector as he sits on a hospital board. Some of you might not have known that, but you do now. But here's the thing for rural Colorado. We want telehealth. We want to promote telehealth. It makes healthcare in rural Colorado and the most remote areas of the state so much better. But here's the one thing that we forget as we demand telehealth. Somebody on the other end of that camera, that Zoom, that WebEx, that telephone is providing services to patients somewhere in the big town. Here in the Denver metro area, maybe at the Anschutz Medical Center, and has to take time away from that to do this service. And should that time not have some level of compensation? Now, like the bill sponsor said, I think having a $5,000 or $10,000 bill for a 30-minute telehealth call is excessive. Arguably, I would agree with that. But I think also one of the concerns about the direction of healthcare in Colorado, huge concerns on many levels with respect to this bill and other bills that have preceded it, is those healthcare professionals need to be compensated in a way that keeps them in the state. Don't create conditions for these providers, and that's what you're doing when you don't listen to this amendment. Madam Chair, I'm going to call it the Frizzell Amendment, if I may. Would that be improper?
It's number 12.
Thank you. I'm going to call it L012 to House Bill 1215. But here's why. Here's why. This amendment makes sure that in those telehealth situations that no one's going to pull back because of inability to offer fee-for-service at some level. It's also going to create a economic environment where those service providers, now this is going to be new to some of you, don't want to leave the state because they can work in Nebraska and get a better deal. I have a family member that made that choice. She left Colorado to work in Nebraska because of the things we're doing right here. And as a state representative, being her state representative, that hurts. Because I know what that means to the larger demographic in my House district. When good medical technicians leave because of the things we're doing here, creating conditions that cause restrictions or cause restrictions in service or fees, caps. I won't get into it. I could go down the list. But I'll tell you, it's not good for Colorado. And when you lose good medical practitioners, because of that, Colorado loses. This amendment helps keep potentially some of those folks in Colorado continuing to practice and having the opportunity to still do these fees, which is fee for service. Their expertise is worth something. So I'll be voting yes on this amendment. And I encourage everyone else to vote yes on this amendment as well, the Frizzell Amendment.
Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I once again rise in support of this amendment. I get really concerned when we adopt the mindset of healthcare infrastructure, whether it is in a clinic or in a hospital or via telehealth, as being cost-free. One of the things that we've really seen as time has passed through the pandemic and since is the need for physicians and physicians' assistants and different practices having to ramp up their technology infrastructure to make sure that they're able to meet the needs of their patients. And this is not inexpensive. It requires very specific setups, ensuring privacy, ensuring confidentiality. And so the idea that a telehealth appointment is less demanding for a physician is a bit false. So again, telehealth has become a very important part of our health care in this country. And it is, if you will, a happy outshoot of the pandemic, one of those few. And so I would ask for your careful consideration of this particular amendment and ask for your aye vote.
The question before us is Amendment 12 to House Bill 1215. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is that amendment. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. The amendment fails. Representative Soper.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I stand up here and I move Amendment L013 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Unlucky. Amendment 13 has been moved and is properly displayed. Representative Soper.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm actually hoping to make this lucky Amendment 13. So it's really important in the study that's being conducted on facility fees that a statewide hospital association that includes membership of at least 85% of the hospitals in this great state be included in that study, and that they have to be included, and that it not just be driven by HCPUF. Because after all, hospitals are a needed partner in the study, and being able to have the trade association for the hospitals be there helping conduct the study is greatly important, and we would ask for a yes vote. Thank you.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I ask for a no vote on this amendment, not because I don't appreciate the sentiment from my colleague from Delta, but we are working, I think, really collaboratively in a positive direction with the Hospital Association on ensuring that the language in the study will ultimately be reflective of all of our goals and aims. I think we are on a good path, so at this time I would ask for a no vote.
The question before us is Amendment 13 to House Bill 1215. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. The amendment fails. To the bill, Representative Bradley. Oh, we're still on the committee report. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Madam
Committee
Chair.
report.
I would like to move Amendment L009 to the Health and Insurance Committee report and ask that it be displayed, please.
That amendment is properly displayed. Representative Bradley.
Thank you. Being in healthcare, it's very important to me to go through the bills that we pass and make sure that we're not going against doctors and the staff that we need here in Colorado. So this would just eliminate primary care physicians from the bill, and I think it's the best amendment that's been presented, and I ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative Bazenecker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Bradley, for the amendment. You know, we are confident that the study that we are working on in collaboration with CHA is really going to illuminate some important next steps, and that includes the next steps that we take in relation to facility fees in primary care facilities. So we are happy to support this amendment and urge your support as well, knowing that there is more to come in this space and that the bill still does limit facility fees for telehealth and preventative care services. So we ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 9? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment 9. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. To the Health and Insurance Committee report. Seeing no further discussion on the Health and Insurance Committee report, the question before us is the adoption of the committee report. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Bazenecker and Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this is a really great bill for Colorado consumers. I have been following news reports over the last couple years around this issue related to facility fees. Also sometimes referred to as another surprise bill that people find when they seek medical care. They go in for a service that they've always gotten, and all of a sudden, not only are they charged that provider fee for the service that they got, but this facility fee on top of it. And they can these fees can range from $38 to thousands of dollars. We know that 1 in 5 Coloradans has not sought medical care because they are afraid of the cost of care. And I have had actually lots of really interesting anecdotal stories from all of you. As I have gone around and talked about this bill with all of you, so many of you have your own facility fee story that you have experienced. So in order to address this growing problem in Colorado, we present you with this bill where we ask for limitations on the charging to patients of facility fees for telehealth and preventive services, those services that the ACA says should be covered to no cost to the patient, as well as now this robust study to gather data to ensure that we all can be operating from the same knowledge base, and I think continue to work on this particular issue that is causing so much pain and economic distress for Coloradans, and ask for your support.
Representative Bazenacker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, colleagues. I think the goals of this policy are pretty clear and tight, and the focus that we have narrowed the policy down to makes a lot of sense in terms of both consumer transparency, but also in terms of access to care in our state. At the end of the day, I believe we're accomplishing three things. I think we're going to save Coloradans money on health care by limiting when and where facility fees can be charged, include not allowing them for telehealth services, which again, serve priority populations and folks in our state who can least afford a surprise bill through a telehealth service that they thought was otherwise covered. We also are making sure that we're creating transparency for Coloradans and decision makers by strengthening what the healthcare industry is required to report on. And this has been a very productive point of conversation with the Colorado Hospital Association. We look forward to those conversations continuing. The other thing I would just simply say is this. I think without some sort of guardrails around facility fees, the costs that will be borne by the system will continue in other ways. So for example, preventative care. These are 100 services that the ACA says that you as a patient should not pay anything out of pocket for. So you'll go in for a cancer screening, you'll go in for another preventative care measure, and you'd think you're being proactive about your health. And in the end of the day, you get a facility fee on top of what you thought was going to be a no-charge visit for you inside of that healthcare setting. We think that has long-term detrimental impacts on the ability to access care and the willingness by which people will access those preventative services in our communities. The last thing I think any of us want to see, and I say this as a former chaplain who worked in a hospital, the last thing any of us want to see is a situation where our emergency rooms are once again turned into the primary care facilities for our communities, simply because people either can't afford or don't know if they will be charged a fee for a result of going to get the care that they know they need and their families deserve. And so at the end of the day, we feel like this scalpel approach to the policy has really narrowed it in on some key areas. Connecticut has adopted very similar legislation, and as I mentioned in committee, the sky has not fallen. In fact, what patients there have reported is increased transparency and increased price protections, which I think we can agree is a good thing for our health system overall. So we ask for your support.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just looking at this CHA report, which I assume will be going into this, so I'm not sure why, if it's still ongoing. Margins are cut in half, the prices are going up. What I see a lot in here is that a lot of the problems that fees are ways to work around the government funding restrictions, the regulations, and then the costs are high because of the regulations. So I would really encourage this legislation at some point to look at unwinding the regulation and trying to free the market instead of forcing it down the same inefficient path, because what I see in the report here is that the majority of the problem are legislative in nature.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to share with my colleagues here, and I don't have much time to do this, so I'm going to go at double time, as we say in the Army. I got a letter from a Melissa Memorial Hospital, in Holyoke, Colorado. And this is one of our rural hospitals. And I just want to share a few things with you. I'm not going to read the whole thing. I'm going to read about 2.5 paragraphs. As a chief executive officer for a small critical access hospital in rural northeast Colorado, I consider it my duty to address grave concerns concerning the proposed House Bill 23-1215 and the detrimental effects it could have on the people and communities in our hospital area that we serve. Okay, I'm going to stop there real quickly. We've done serious amendments. We've made a lot of changes, and that is good. But the CEO still has some concerns and reservations. You just need to know that. Okay, I'm going to go down here to the bottom of this letter, Okay. While medical services charges account for the costs associated with the time, experience, and expertise of the healthcare provider treating the patient, facility fees charges account for the cost for the building, electricity, technology, physical and digital infrastructure, equipment, and other expenses a hospital is obliged to cover to ensure medical treatment services can be provided. I think you need to remember that as you try to attack these facility fees or change them or modify them. You need to remember somebody's got to pay for the brick and mortar. And durable medical equipment is very, very expensive. Okay, and finally, to end this here, I won't read that sentence. I don't think it's very nice. This chief executive officer says that they want the legislature to understand the dire ramifications of some of these actions. Hospitals have adapted to ever-increasing legislative control in the state of Colorado. What point can we not survive the myriad of continued legislation the state of Colorado wants to put upon us? I just want you to hear that. This is the CEO for this bill sponsors that's sending a plea out there. They don't need more regulations. They don't need more rules. It hurts their ability to operate. And this is one of many hospitals in my district. I'm not going to read all the letters. I'm just going to share this with all of you. Please consider what you're doing to us.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1215? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1215. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. The bill is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1136.
House Bill 1136 by Representatives Ortiz and Hartsook, also Senators Winter, F. and Liston, concerning health insurance coverage for a prosthetic device necessary for a covered person to engage in certain types of activities.
Representative Ortiz.
Madam Chair, I move House Bill 1136 and the Health and Insurance and Appropriations Committee report.
To the Appropriations Committee report.
We appropriated money.
The question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the Health and Insurance Committee report. Representative Ortiz.
Madam Chair and members, in committee we had to amend the bill. Originally, this was about making sure that kids that wanted to participate in sports with their able-bodied peers that live with amputations could participate in sports. Because of a recent rule change with the ACA, unless it is clinically required, you cannot limit who you expand this benefit to. Since we can't clinically give a reason why it should only be limited to kids, we had to expand it to all those that live with an amputation to be able to get access to a sports limb. I urge an aye vote.
The question before us is the Health and Insurance Committee report. Is there, seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of adoption, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Health and Insurance Committee report is adopted. Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, it's a great pleasure to work on this bill. And what I found most interesting about this is, having spent a career in the military and multiple combat tours, when you get injured and you lose a limb, the military functions to get you a prosthetic to not only do your job, but to do something athletically. And they do that so you stay in shape. They do that so you have a high degree of confidence. They do that so your long-term health stays better. And I gotta tell you, I was dumbfounded when I found out that we don't do this for our kids. I really had a hard time wrapping my brain around the fact that we're going to tell children that want to just go out there and have fun, no, you get one prosthetic, and you have to suck it up. So I was honored to jump on this bill. Let me share a little story with you. When the So Coloradans Can Move group was here, and all these kids that had prosthetics for various reasons, genetics, accident, didn't matter. They were walking around. I said, "Hey, kids, you want to see what's upstairs in the dome?" And of course, the parents had been here for half the day, and they were pretty tired. And the kids were like, "Yeah. I said, well, there's a lot of steep stairs we have to climb. They're like, okay. And they were just jazzed that they got to go all the way up to the dome. Of course, the parents weren't too thrilled with the idea, but, you know, they got over that. And so those kids trudged all the way up those stairs, marveled at getting all their pictures taken, looked around, and then trudged all the way back down the stairs, and all of them had prosthetics on. They didn't run up and down the stairs as fast as we did, but they were excited to go do that. They have every right to have that prosthetic to get out there and live life and whatever exercise, running, skiing, I mean, I don't care. That's their choice. And the long-term healthcare benefits from a cost-benefit analysis are infinitely cheaper because then you reduce diabetes, heart disease, stroke, all kinds of things bad get reduced, and the good endorphins that you get from exercising increase. We passed this out of a committee unanimously, and I would ask for your aye vote on 1136. Thank you.
Representative Ortiz.
Thank you, members. Currently, 1.9 million Americans are living with loss of a limb every day. And on average, 507 people continue to lose a limb every day, resulting in an estimated 185,000 amputees per year. Think about that. 185,000 amputations per year. Folks, we do have the technology, we do have the engineering, we do have the means to allow our kids and adults to be active, participate in running, track and field, skiing, were it not being able to just have access to these limbs. That can cost individuals anywhere from $3,000 to $7,000 or more for these limbs. And just in my own personal experience, I remember what it was like early on in injury, not knowing how I was going to get outside and active, being bound to a wheelchair. And again, that's ableist thinking, being bound to a wheelchair. But with these prosthetics now, we're giving everybody the opportunity to get outside, get active, cutting healthcare costs for the long term. Really proud to work on this bill with my co-prime. I just also want to say something about the study that we did, because per Senate Bill 2240, actuarial analysis legislation, it was signed into law in spring of 2022, which enacted an application deadline of the fall of 2022. This bill was not yet proposed until December of 2022 when we had our disability rights conference here at the Capitol. It is unclear if the available application spots were filled for the 2022 cycle, but we were not eligible to apply simply based on the deadline. And with this information, the proponents applied for a scholarship. We applied for a scholarship to obtain the same data that Civic uses, and if you're not familiar with what that stands for, Center for Improving Value in Healthcare, would have provided through SB 40 application request anyway. So we went and applied for a scholarship even though we missed the original deadline, got the information on what the actuarial impact would be, and we're talking about pennies, 3 to 9 cents on average, to make sure that kids can have access to a sports limb and get active and cut long-term healthcare costs. Folks, this is a great bill. This is about disability rights. This is about making sure our kids and adults can be active and be healthy in the long term. I urge an aye vote.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was joking with the bill sponsor saying I wasn't going to vote for it because he didn't ask me to be on it. I come out in strong support of this bill. We all know what exercise does for our mental and behavioral health. We know what it does for our physical health, and we know what it does to lower anxiety levels and increase attention and things like that. And when the kids came to talk to us, you know, I think able-bodied people forget sometimes that we need our hands to write, and then we need our hands different to weight lift and do other things. And that's what these kids came and said. They just want to be parts of teams, and they want to have prosthetics that will help them be a part of a team or a part of an organization. And I just love this bill. It's a feel-good bill, and I think it's going to do a lot of great things for a lot of kids that deserve it and need it. So I urge a aye vote for this bill. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1136? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1136. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
You have heard the motion. Seeing no objection, the committee will rise and report.
The House will come back to order. Mr. Shebel, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Madam Speaker, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to report it is under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof and making the following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1136 as amended, 1162 as amended, 1209 as amended, 1215 as amended, 1218 as amended, passed on second reading and ordered, engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 4 as amended, Senate Bill 69 passed on second reading and ordered, revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 60 laid over until April 18th, 2023.
Representative Froelich. Members, you've heard the motion. There are amendments at the desk. Mr. Shebel, please read the Frizzell amendment to House Bill 1215 to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Frizzell moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Frizzell amendment, L12 to House Bill 1215, to show that said amendment passed, that House Bill 1215 is amended passed.
Representative Frizzell. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, it seems like just a couple of minutes ago I was up talking about the importance of telehealth as we look at our healthcare system. The very amazing technological breakthroughs that we saw through the pandemic that we can carry forward into our daily lives. Also talked about the infrastructure that's important to this and the investments that the businesses participating in telehealth have to make in order to do this successfully. It's not just picking up the telephone. You have real cybersecurity needs and concerns. You have HIPAA concerns. You have confidentiality concerns. This is a very important component of our healthcare system today, and I would ask for your aye vote on this amendment. And I would like to move the amendment. Thank you, Representative Frizzell. I move the Frizzell amendment to the Committee of the Whole. And that's all. And ask that it be properly displayed, which it is. Thank you very much. Representative Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, we ask for a no vote on this amendment. I couldn't state more clearly that telehealth is indeed critical, and doubling down on folks who need to access those services through telehealth by charging them an unexpected and undue facility fee, quite frankly, makes healthcare more expensive in our state and makes an opportunity for folks to decline services which they would otherwise seek. So we ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the Frizzell amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Doherty and Ricks. Please close the machine. With 20 aye, 19 aye, 44 no, and 2 excused, the Frizzell amendment is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the Hartsook amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Hartsook moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following SOPR amendment, L11 to House Bill 1215, to show that said amendment passed, that House Bill 1215 is amended passed.
Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Hartsook amendment and request it properly be displayed.
One moment. It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Once again, if you're doing work, I believe you should get paid for that, no matter what the work is, no matter how minor some might think it. If you put in the work, you've gone to school, I believe that you deserve to be paid for that. I urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, we are just looking at some very narrow limitations on facility fees, and the ACA says that these preventive services should be covered at no cost to the patient. Adding a facility fee onto that really is a surprise bill and discourages patients from seeking care that they believe should be covered already. I ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the Hartsook Amendment to House Bill 1215 to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 18 aye, 45 no, and 2 excused, the Hartsook Amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the Soper Amendment to House Bill 1215 to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Soper moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Soper Amendment L13 to House Bill 1215 to show that said amendment passed, that House Bill 1215 is amended passed.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Soper Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report and ask that it be properly displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So one thing that's important is we're doing a study on facility fees, that the Hospital Association must be included in the creation of that report, not just a State Department. And that's why we're running this and would ask for a yes vote. Thank you.
Representative Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague. We are working closely with the Colorado Hospital Association and believe that we are making great strides towards getting this study put together. I would respectfully ask for a no vote, noting that they are very much involved in the process, and we anticipate that this study will be completed and passed through committee in the Senate for right now, so we can continue that work. We ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the Soper Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 19 aye, 44 no, and 2 excused, the Soper Amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the Armagost Amendment to House Bill 1218 to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Armagost moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Wilson Amendment L7 to House Bill 1218 to show that said amendment passed, that House Bill 1218 is amended passed.
Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Armagost Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report and ask that it be properly displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you. So again, this just eliminates lines 12 through 19 on page 4, which is the refusal to provide health care services for non-medical reasons may have long-term negative consequences resulting in injury, disability, and death, cause trauma to patients, impact quality of life, and result in greater health care expenses for patients and taxpayers. So I encourage and I vote. Thank you.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I asked for a no vote. We talked about this during second readings, but these are specific reasons why the denial of care is detrimental to people's health. So I ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the Armagost Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 18 aye, 45 no, and 2 excused, the Armagost Amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the Weinberg Amendment to House Bill 1218 to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Weinberg moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Wilson Amendment, L8 to House Bill 1218, to show that said amendment passed, that House Bill 1218 is amended passed.
Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is the bomb.com to work with you.
It is the bomb.com to work with you.
I move the Wizzy Weinberg amendment to the bill and think it's awesome and we should adopt it.
To the Committee of the Whole report?
Yes,
Move it to, okay, and it is properly displayed. Please proceed.
I've already proceeded, ma'am.
Thank you. Representative Brown?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I asked for a no vote on this amendment. This bill applies to all hospitals in Colorado. This language is not necessary. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the Weinberg Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Reps Armagast. Thank you. Please close the machine. With 18 aye, 46 no, and 1 excuse, the Weinberg Amendment is lost. There are no further amendments at the desk. The question before us is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 46 aye, 18 no, and 1 excuse, the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. Announcements. Representative Snyder.
House Finance Committee will be meeting in 10 minutes to hear all 9 bills in order as printed on your daily calendar. Thank you.
Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House Ag, Water, and Natural Resources, right away. As soon as you can get there, we're starting. Thank you, downstairs.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to lay over the balance of the calendar until tomorrow.
Seeing no objection, the balance of the calendar will be laid over until tomorrow, Tuesday, April 18th. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. 2 quick announcements. First, if you have any food in the fridge, leftovers, please clean them out. And also, if you ordered any gear, like rep gear, t-shirts, sweatshirts, anything like that, Kathy has them in her office, and that's where you can get them. And with that, Madam Speaker, I move that the House recess until later today.
Seeing no objection, the House will be in recess until later today.